Good morning and welcome to the fourth annual White Hat Conference hosted by Boston University's Metropolitan College Criminal Justice Graduate Programs, Utica College, and Boston University Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity. This conference is made possible by a grant from the Department of Justice Bureau Justice Assistance that was awarded to Dr. Kung-Shik Choi and Dr. Liu Chiksa. My name is Chris Kaiser. I'm the founder of Cybercrime Analytics, and I'm honored to have been invited back to be your MC for the 2023 White Hat Conference. In 2016, I was one of the first graduates to earn a master's degree in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity through BU's Metropolitan College Criminal Justice Program. I continue to enjoy my ongoing work with Boston University Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, and in particular with Dr. Choi and his associates, whose work continues to provide leadership and guidance in cybercrime prevention around the world. This year's theme, Targeted Means to Combat Online Child Exploitation and Victimization, addresses an area of cybercrime that's become a significant threat to every young person who has access to the internet, social media, and other applications. In addition to our roster of renowned presenters, our White Hat competition challenge student teams from around the world who use cyber investigation analytical tools to investigate an emulated cyber event, identify crime, how it occurred, prepare a report, and present their findings and recommendations to a panel of cyber experts in anticipation of earning one of the top 3 spots. White Hat Conference Student Paper Awards invite students, along with faculty support, to submit unpublished cybercrime-related papers to compete for top honors for their research and resulting papers. I'd be remiss if I did not thank all of the sponsors for this great annual event. A complete list of our sponsors will be shown during this event and can be accessed on the White Hat Conference website at live.bu.edu/whitehat/sponsors. We'll now move on to the opening ceremonies. Our welcoming speeches will begin with Boston Police Captain Detective Teresa Kosmiski, followed by Dr. Liu Chiksa, Associate Dean, Boston University Metropolitan College, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, and Associate Professor, Computer Sciences Director, Health Informatics and Health Sciences. Dr. Kung-Shik Choi, Director of Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity Programs for BU's Metropolitan College and founder of the White Hat Conference, will provide the opening remarks. With that, I'm pleased to introduce Captain Detective Teresa Kosmiski. Thank you.
Commissioner Michael Koss. Welcome to Boston, to those joining us in person and to those joining us virtually for the 4th annual White Hat Conference at Boston University. I am Captain Detective Teresa Kosmiski, and I am the commander of the Family Justice Division of the Boston Police Department. My division contains the Sexual Assault Unit, the Domestic Violence Unit, the Human Trafficking Unit, and the Crimes Against Children Unit, which encompasses the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. This year's White Hat Conference is of special importance to me and my investigators because there is a focus on combating online exploitation and victimization. This work is more imperative than ever as the world, and most especially our children, continue to recover from the side effects of the pandemic. Bringing together stakeholders from government and private sector and academia to educate future and current practitioners in this field will prepare and educate them on exploitation trends, emerging technologies, best practices, laws and policies that can be used to combat this growing phenomenon. While I was growing up, I was taught stranger danger. Essentially, we were told, don't talk to strangers. That obviously meant that those approaching you on the street, at a playground, at the grocery store, the physical world. However, today's online applications encourage and reward children for engaging with strangers. Our children believe that the more followers, the more likes, the more clicks, the better, right? We have to reverse this notion. We need to have those talks with our children again. We have to teach them that strangers online are just as dangerous as the strangers that I was taught about. We must have these talks with our children at an early age. I say that because in a recent study of the Pew Research Center, parents have reported that their children, as young as 5 years old, begin engaging with a smartphone. 51% of parents reported that their child was given their own device between the ages of 9 and 11 years old. While we are all well aware that use of digital devices and technology has grown dramatically in recent years, a lesser known fact is so too has the online victimization of children. The Boston Police Department employs a multifaceted approach to combating child exploitation. We first and foremost strive to prevent victimization by educating our children and their care providers with the dangers that the virtual world presents. We partner with agencies such as the FBI to form task forces as a force multiplier and to alleviate some jurisdictional issues these cases commonly pose. We conduct prompt and effective criminal investigations. We work closely with the Suffolk County Child Advocacy Center to provide support to child victims and their families that have become the prey of online predators. We partner with institutions such as Boston University, where our investigators can provide their expertise in curriculum development and highlight trends and challenges they face when in these complex investigations. We must continually improve our response and increase the tools in our toolbox to combat these offenses. Our detectives face challenges in these cases too. The ever-changing technology requires our investigators to constantly be up to date on the latest apps, phones, and computers. Our training budgets are limited and investigators' time is strained. The use of encryption and digital devices has also become a significant obstacle in the recovery of evidence in criminal investigations. As society has become increasingly dependent on the use of mobile phones, their value in criminal investigations has risen significantly. As much of society carries these portable devices during daily activities, the devices themselves are likely to bear witness to criminal events. The advent of the internet has also provided these offenders with the ability to hide their true identities by impersonating personas more appealing to the children that they seek. As law enforcement has developed effective tools and strategies to overcome encryption, mobile phone manufacturers have developed more effective encryption techniques. VPNs and proxy servers in the dark web are additional challenges to investigators in these cases. The internet provides these online offenders with heightened confidence that the dark secrets of their sexual interest in children won't be revealed. Our goal is to protect children by finding these online offenders and holding them accountable. Efforts like the 4th Annual White Hat Conference will ultimately help us protect children. Working together in a concerted manner to protect children, either in the physical or virtual world, is a priority of the Boston Police Department. I am thankful for the Boston University's commitment to providing opportunities, such as the White Hat Conference, to shine light on this issue. Enjoy your time in Boston, and good luck.
Conference. Thank you, for Detective Captain Kaminsky for taking time to attend this year's White Hat Conference, sharing your thoughts with our attendees. We appreciate you taking time to do so. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next guest, Dr. Lou Chivitsky, Dr. Chitkovez is the Associate Dean, Boston University Metropolitan College, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, and Associate Professor of Computer Sciences, Director, Health Information and Health Sciences. Dr. Chitkovez has served on several IEEE conference committees and as an NSF review panelist. He is co-founder and associate director of Boston University Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity, and played a role in initiatives that led to Boston University's designation as a center of academic excellence in information assurance by the National Security Agency. Dr. Chitkovez teaches data communications, computer networks, advanced internet technologies, medical informatics, and network security. He earned his PhD at Boston University, an MS from the Medical College of Virginia, and an MS and BS at University of Belgrade. Please go ahead, Dr. Chitkovez.
University on behalf of Metropolitan College, the Dean's Office, and our Criminal Justice and Cybersecurity Investigation and Cybersecurity programs. Welcome to the 4th International Annual 2023 White Hat Conference, which is this year focused on targeted means to combat online child exploitation and victimization. The White Hat Conference is a unique global venue that aims to bring positive changes to cybercrime investigation research, education, and practice, resulting in a better trained cybersecurity workforce able to more effectively and more efficiently use the latest technologies and methodologies to investigate and successfully prosecute various forms of online child exploitation. Last year, the White Hat Conference attracted more than 1,300 registered attendees. We are going to beat that record this year, and with more than 66 countries having their representatives attending this year's conference. Over the next couple of days, a number of world experts in the area of cybercrime investigation, consisting of distinguished policymakers and implementers, academicians, practitioners, law enforcement officers, and cybersecurity scholars, and students will get together to explore innovative techniques and procedures to implement effective criminal justice policies and establish preventive measures that would lead to a more efficient investigation and successful prosecution of child exploitation and victimization of cybercrime. The White Hat Conference also presents the current capacities and challenges of higher education programs to better serve students of cybersecurity, computer forensics, and digital evidence. The subject matter experts will share their expertise on emerging technologies, laws, and policies while highlighting the challenges faced by the law enforcement. An important differentiator of the White Hat Conference is the International Student Team Competition in the area of cybersecurity investigation, as well as the job fair, designed to match professionals and their interest with jobs and internship opportunities in private and public organizations, facilitating collaborative approaches between the law enforcement agencies, industry, and higher education institutions. And it's not a coincidence that the White Hat Conference has been initiated and hosted by Boston University Metropolitan College, and especially the Criminal Justice Program. That program is a recognized leader and pioneer in criminal justice education. In 2002, it introduced the first fully online graduate program at Boston University in criminal justice that attracts top students and faculty, such as Dr. Choi, the founder of the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, which is co-host of the White Hat Conference. Currently, for the year 2023, the Master of Science in Criminal Justice at Boston University Metropolitan College is ranked number 4 out of 95 other universities in the nation as a top online program by US News and World Report, and has been top 4 since 2015. Over the last 20 years, our Master of Science in Criminal Justice program has made a significant contribution to the education and criminal justice workforce by graduating more than 2,500 students. The 2023 White Hat Conference is made possible by research grant support from Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, awarded to a team led by Met professors, which focuses on the need for law enforcement training and education in the realms of digital evidence and computer forensics. The same research team this year won another grant by the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, dedicated to producing a new training program to support police investigation pertaining to online crime against children, sex trafficking, cryptocurrency, and the dark web. The total amount of support is close to $2 million, 1.5. On behalf of the research team and the investigators on the grant, together with Dr. Choi and Dr. Chu from Endicott College, and myself as a PI on this grant, principal investigator, and on behalf of Boston University Metropolitan College Dean Zlateva, who couldn't be here this morning, I would like to sincerely welcome you as all participants, speakers, panelists, and organizers, and all the attendees, because without you, it would not be possible to have such a successful global event. I wish you success in acquiring knowledge, connections, experience, and techniques at the conference in creating your own innovative solutions to the continuously evolving cybercrime challenges of our times. Thank you and welcome to the 2023 White Hat Conference at Boston University.
Thank you, Dr. Zvev, for your inspiring words and leadership you provide at Boston University, Metropolitan College, and your continuing efforts to promote education in such a positive manner. Our next speaker, Dr. Kung Choi, will provide the opening remarks for the 2023 Fourth Annual White Hat Conference. Dr. Choi is a title founder of the White Hat Conference and Director of Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity Programs, Boston University Metropolitan College. He's also the Professor of Practice and Director of Cybercrime and Cybersecurity for BU's Metropolitan College. He earned a PhD from Indiana University of Pennsylvania, an MS from Boston University, and a BS from Northeastern University. Dr. Choi designed and oversees Metropolitan College's programs in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, offered jointly by the Department of Applied Social Sciences and Department of Computer Science. These programs comprise a graduate certificate and a master's in criminal justice degree concentration. He has an established track record in designing and delivering law enforcement training programs in cybercrime investigation, including computer forensics and child exploitation investigation. He facilitated the Korean Institute of Criminology Global Cybercrime Project, virtual forum against cybercrime in cooperation with the United Nations, and also served as an instructor and consultant. He's been invited to deliver lectures at the Interpol and Ameripol summits and has also testified as a cybercrime expert in support of the cybersecurity bill number H2814 for the Massachusetts State House. Dr. Choi is the founding editor and editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Cybercrime and Cybersecurity Intelligence. He also conducts his own academic research focusing on the intersection of human behavior and technology and how criminal justice organizations can respond effectively to the challenges of cybercrime. In 2008, he proposed the cyber routine activities theory called Cyber RAT, which has become a predominant theory of computer crime victimization. His work has appeared in numerous peer-reviewed journals, and he's written a number of books. Dr. Choi is currently working on federally funded cybercrime and cybersecurity-related projects with the National Institute of Justice, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance. It gives me great pleasure to introduce a very smart man who's done a lot for Boston University for cybercrime investigation, dear friend, and the gentleman that has brought us our White Hat Conference. Please go ahead, Dr. Choi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to 2023 International White Hat Conference. You can do better than that. More energy, right? And welcome to 2023 International White Hat Conference. Awesome. Thank you. My name is Kyung-Sik Choi. I'm a Director of Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity Program at Boston University. It is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all as an organizer and opening speaker for this meaningful event. Yeah, with every 1 second, 17 internet users join the web. We see over 250,000 new malware and more than 30,000 new infected websites every day. Every 14 seconds, new organization falls victims to ransomware attacks. Aside from technical cyber attacks, we are witnessing alarming surge in online child sexual abuse, with reported cases surpassing 32 millions in 2022 alone. The possession, manufacturing, and distribution of child sexual abuse material, CSAM, are the most prevalent form of abuse, according to accounting for 99.6% of the reported cases last year. A growing body of research reveals profound connection between those possessing CSAM and those committing actual contact offenses with children. This connection underscores the urgency of addressing this issue, as it poses a serious risk to child safety. This year, our conference will focus on targeted means to combat online child exploitation and victimization. The CSAM is commonly distributed through multiple channels, such as social media, P2P networks, dark web, and emerging metaverses. Unfortunately, many law enforcement agencies lack the necessary resources and expertise to extract potential evidential artifacts from contemporary technologies. This conference is designed to tackle the crucial elements necessary for successful prosecution and prevention. The fourth annual WIDAT conference represents significant step towards transforming the cybercrime investigation landscape. We aim to pioneer new techniques and discuss effective criminal justice policies that facilitate proactive measures and efficient investigation. The U.S. Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistant, BJA, has graciously sponsored this year's conference. The BJA awarded BU Med CIC program a federal grant to support the project titled Student Computer Forensics and Digital Evidence Educational Opportunity Programs. This BJA program is a large-scale initiative to equip criminal justice practitioners and students with cybercrime investigation capabilities. The wider conference program is a foundational effort that enhances current capacity of higher education to better serve students in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. Its primary objective is to advance the method and techniques employed in cybercrime investigation and enhance training provided to future law enforcement professionals. Furthermore, this conference will assist us in providing students with internship opportunity with this critical field through career fair. This will help establish a collaborative approach that can further promote the development and implementation of successful internship and the co-op program. One of the conference highlights is the Cybercrime Investigation Challenge. This year, 20 international WIDAT teams are competing in the Cybercrime Investigation Challenge, tackling complex cybercrime cases within 20-hour windows. The challenge already began 3 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday and will end by 11 a.m. today. The top 3 teams will share their investigative solution and discuss best practices in mock trial tomorrow. The student research paper competition is also part of wider conference to learn fresh scientific knowledge in the field of cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. In addition, we've invited international speakers and cyber experts from 15 countries, all gather here to share knowledge and collaborate global solution to cybercrime. I'm delighted to announce esteemed keynote speakers, expert panelists, and special guests from respected institutions institutions and government agencies worldwide. Our cyber expert will facilitate insightful discussion and provide valuable training over the next 2 days. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and panelists of these meaningful events. The conference executive committee members, Senior Associate Dean Lou Chikushep from Boston University, and Associate Dean Kyung-Seok Chu, Dr. Kyung-Seok Chu from Endicott College. Keynote speaker, Special Agent Edward Bradstreet from Homeland Security Investigation. A keynote speaker, Chief of Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation Unit, Ashley Paulin, and Supervisor of the Forensic Interview Team, Jacqueline Lamont from Massachusetts Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. Global Law Enforcement Expert Panelist, Head of Digital Forensic Lab, Fabio Bruno from the Interpol. Senior Specialist, Dr. Jen Ellerman from the Europol. Technical Investigation Training Panelist, Lead Cryptocurrency Investigator, Nick Stigmans from CyberTrace. And Head Manager, Justin Gramajo from Meltego. Legal Panelist, CEO and Chief Architect, Dr. Ilya Kolochenko from Immunity Web, Switzerland. Cyber Crime Investigation Challenge Director, Dr. Ismael Morales from Boston University. Mock trial judges, Dr. Austin Gibbons from Eureka University. Dr. Jojili Janici from Cybersecurity Advisors Network, Hungary. Colonel Marlon Mike Toro Alvarez from Colombia National Police. Cyber Safety Education Panelist, Massachusetts State Auditor Diana DiGiaglio, and the Chief Information Officer Thomas Meyer from Office of the State Auditor in Massachusetts. Pre-affair panelist, Special Agent Alla Lipatchker from Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Director Megan Martinez from Cyber Trust, Massachusetts. I'd like to give a special thank you to the Center for CIC board members who will facilitate the White Hat panel session as moderators and discussant and MC. I cannot thank 20 international White Hat cybercrime investigation challenge teams and 2 student paper competition winners enough, as they have dedicated so much to being part of this wonderful event. Lastly, I am especially grateful to the BJA and all attendees for your invaluable support. Many White Hat members have collaborated to shape this year's conference, striving for interdisciplinary approach that fosters comprehensive understanding of online child exploitation. As international White Hat members, we hope this conference can facilitate minimizing child exploitation and potential cyber threats in our society and the global community. It is time to reveal the secret recipe of our White Hat. Let's delve into the world of innovative cybercrime investigation practices shared by both our presenters and audience. The 2023 White Hat Conference commences officially at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for your opening remarks. It promises to be an exciting and informative 2-day conference. We're now going to move into our first keynote session entitled State Agency. Our moderator discussant is Dr. Honore Lee, and our featured speakers are Massachusetts Assistant District Attorney Ashley Paulin and Jacqueline Lamont, forensics interviewer, Suffolk County DA's Office and Children's Advocacy Center of Suffolk County. Dr. Lee is an assistant professor of criminal justice, co-chair of cybercriminology and cybersecurity graduate certificate program at Bridgewater State University in Massachusetts. She earned her PhD at Indiana University, Bloomington, her MA and BA at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. She is trained to teach different digital forensic areas, including Windows and Mac OS investigation, mobile forensics, cloud forensics, incident response investigation, using various forensic tools such as magnet axiom and case autopsy and other open sources. She's co-authored journal articles and book chapters regarding cybercrime and cybersecurity while participating in a federally funded project regarding internet crimes against children. Her research area also includes bias crimes against minorities, especially crimes against Asian descent. Her areas of expertise include cybercrime, cybersecurity, digital forensics, and Asian hate bias crimes. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Once again, my name is Hannah Lee. I'm an assistant professor and the chair of Cybercriminology and Cybersecurity Graduate Certificate Program at the Bridgewater State University. It is my great honor to introduce our two keynote speakers for the morning session. Our first speaker, Ashley Pauline, is the Chief of Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation Unit at Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. She is a passionate advocate for the survivors of sexual assault, exploitation, and child abuse. Ashley has worked as an assistant district attorney for 11 years, serving in both Suffolk and Norfolk County offices. For nearly all her career as a prosecutor, she has focused on cases charging the sexual assault and exploitation of children and adults. This work continues outside of the courtroom, where she has been dedicated to preventing exploitation by educating youth about online safety. And she also trains other prosecutors on how to work with survivors of sexual violence. Our second speaker, Jacqueline Lamond, is the supervisor of the forensic interview team and the director of youth safety and outreach for the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office and Children's Advocacy Center. Jacqueline started her career in the Suffolk County DA's office as a victim witness advocate in Boston Municipal Court. She later joined the Child Protection Unit as a child interview specialist. She is currently a supervisor in this role and leads 4 interviewers at the nationally accredited Children's Advocacy Center. In addition, as a director of youth safety and outreach for the Suffolk County DA's office, she conducts workshops for students, caregivers, and professionals on the risks associated with technology and social media. She also presents trainings to law enforcement and professionals in child protection on responding to disclosures of abuse. In her role at the DA's office and Children's Advocacy Center, Jacqueline has interviewed over 2,000 children and adult survivors of physical and sexual abuse, exploitation, domestic violence, homicide, and other crimes. She is passionate about improving the criminal justice system's response to crimes against children and is dedicated to increasing awareness about child abuse, sexual assault, and online exploitation. Please welcome our 2 online child exploitation and victimization experts, ADA Ashley Pauline and the director Jacqueline Lamond.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure we're all set here. Can you hear us well?
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Okay. We're really honored to be here today. Thank you so much to Dr. Choi and to everybody here at the White Hat Conference for welcoming us. We hope we're worthy of being keynote speakers. We can bring our passion. We will tell you right away, we're not tech people, but we work with tech people and we work with investigators from our Boston Police Department and the other police departments that make up Suffolk County. So let's talk about, and let's see if I can do this, who we are. Ashley, do you want to give an intro to the Suffolk DA's office?
Sure. Thanks, Jackie.
Sure.
So my name is Ashley Pullen, and I work at the Suffolk DA's office. I'm an assistant district attorney in Suffolk County, which is a prosecuting agency that encompasses the city of Boston, Chelsea, Winthrop, and Revere. So crimes that happen within those 4 areas come and are typically prosecuted through our office. What does this mean? Louder? Oh, all right. There we go. And I lead a team of 4 attorneys, and our primary job is prosecuting crimes of human trafficking and child exploitation. We have a partner agency, the Child Advocacy Center, and we share a mission in the safety and healing and justice of children and families that are affected by violence. Microphones, we don't have those in the courtrooms that work this well, so I'm getting used to it, so bear with me. I will do my best. And Jackie, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. So, as you heard, thank you, Dr. Lee, for the intro. I work for both the DA's office and the CAC. What's really awesome about where we are right now is the CAC is literally across the street. If you look out these windows, you will see the Family Justice Center, which is where the captain's office is, and the Children's Advocacy Center is right there. We also have a location in downtown Boston, but it's where people come together to respond to online crimes against children. We respond to all types of crimes against children, but specifically today, we're going to talk about the online crimes against children. And that mission that Ashley mentioned, safety, healing, and justice, that's a lot. That is a lot when we're talking about crimes against children. And we need partners from every discipline to help us achieve that. So we're going to start off this talk with some serious kind of facts, some kind of heavy information. We want to recognize that this topic of child abuse, you may be someone who doesn't talk about it every day. We do, but it's a really, sometimes difficult thing to think about. But we're really grateful that you are here thinking about it today. And we ask that anyone who's interested or works in this area know how grateful we are for the work that you do. So we have to talk about the foundation of child abuse, because online crimes against children is child abuse. And there's a lot of child abuse in the world. Unfortunately, the numbers here represent the national numbers, so for the United States. And there's close to 8 million unique children, that's each a child, that was referred to Child Protective Services in 2019. Many of those cases involve people known to the children. And as we talk about online crimes against children, there is both stranger danger, people that children don't know, but there's also people that become people that children know, or people in their lives that are using technology to further victimize them. And such a huge portion of the crimes we see are sexual assault. So we want to take a look at the numbers for Suffolk County, which, if you remember, Ashley described Chelsea, Revere, Winthrop, and Boston. And of course, Boston is our biggest area with the most people. We had close to 2,000 referrals in 2019. So those are cases that rose to the level of being referred to the CAC or law enforcement. So that's not every report to Child Protective Services. Those are only the ones that were sent for review to law enforcement. The majority of those were sexual abuse. Some of those involved online crimes against children. And the dark, medium orange piece of that pie graph is the commercial sexual exploitation of children, which can be both in person and online. Ashley, why are we using numbers from 2019?
Great question.
Yeah.
And I'm sure many people in this room, as well as the people joining us online, probably can take a guess. We, after 2019, entered a global pandemic, which has drastically altered really our statistics. And hopefully in the next calendar year, we'll be able to draw pretty reliable better statistics now that the world is slowly getting back to normal. However, in 2020, we had a drastic drop in the reports of child abuse. And I say reports deliberately because what Jackie and I have realized in our office and other people is that although the reports were dropping drastically, it's pretty unlikely that the actual child abuse was dropping drastically. Just children's and youth's exposure to mandated reporters was at a decrease. So our children weren't as visible in the community. They weren't at school. They didn't have their teachers make filing reports. They weren't seeing their doctors in person. And they weren't with their peers who anecdotally typically is who the child usually discloses to first. So our reports drastically decreased for child abuse. That said, there is one type of crime that exponentially increased during the pandemic, and that is, Jackie.
What do we think that was? Online crimes
Online.
against children. Exactly. And we're using data from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children that has been consistently reporting increases, drastic increases since the pandemic began. Online crimes against children were already increasing, but then the pandemic happened and everybody got a device and children were home all day. So were adults and so were adult offenders. So it was this mix and this recipe for this huge increase. And that has been consistent throughout actually the world. In all the research I've seen, it's in all countries that online crimes against children have been increasing. The numbers are continuing to increase both in 2021, 2022. And this is just a snapshot, which I think is really interesting from the Canadian Clearinghouse for Cyber Tips, which shows a more condensed kind of graph from 2018 to 2023. So this is really current, showing the reports from the app Discord and the online exploitation that is happening on the app Discord. And you can see it peaked in 2022 and it's gone down a little bit, but it's still way, way up from when we were not in a pandemic. So what does that mean? Well, it means we have a lot of online abuse to respond to. And how do these reports, these cyber tips that go to the national centers and to other clearinghouses, how do they get to us and how do we learn about child abuse? Again, we're going to take a step back into child abuse, kind of the foundation of the dynamics of child abuse, because again, online abuse of children is child abuse. So Ashley, can you talk about if children are coming forward yelling about these crimes that are happening online? Are they flagging down people and saying help?
I wish.
Yeah.
I think the reality is children do disclose, but the majority of children delay in disclosing. And within our industry, there is a psychological phenomenon called delayed disclosure, which we deal with in many, many of our cases where a child is abused, and unlike what a lot of people probably think, and maybe not people in this room or at this conference, they do not immediately report. They do not tell their mom. They do not tell a trusted adult. They keep it to themselves until they're ready on their timeline to disclose.
And nearly 2 out of 3 never tell. So yes, some survivors do tell, but most do not. I think the average age for a male survivor of abuse coming forward is 52. So that, tells you that it's very difficult to come forward about abuse. And why? Like, why is it so hard? Why are kids not running to caregivers or mandated reporters and talking about abuse?
Overarching, I think the most common thing that we hear is they're embarrassed, they're ashamed, and they're afraid. They're afraid of getting in trouble. They're afraid of what might happen to them. They're afraid of threats that are being made by the perpetrator if they tell. So when we talk about fear, we're talking about both fear of getting in trouble at home, which can range the gamut between being punished, being physically abused, having that device that they are so dependent on taken away, right? That's probably the number one punishment we're going to see. You did something online, I'm going to take your Xbox so that doesn't happen again, right? That is a child's world oftentimes. But also this kind of transforms into the threats that we're now seeing online and the fear. So I think everybody in this room probably can remember being in middle school and being embarrassed, or having 2 kids go to a party or dance, they're dancing or they're making out, and by Monday morning, everyone in the middle school knows about it. Well, take that and multiply it by 1,000,000, because now it's not just a rumor that, or somebody saw someone making out, there's a video, there's a photo. And what we're seeing is the bullying in school kind of crossing the line. Now that photo is everywhere, right? So that's a very real threat. and a very public humiliation that's being used by adult perpetrators online to really trick children and force them not to tell. If you don't do this,
Mhm.
I'm going to send
Silence.
that naked photo to everyone in your school, to your entire friend list. And that's a very real threat and a very real fear that our kids these days are facing.
So we have all the classic reasons that a child wouldn't come forward. And let me tell you, when children come forward, these things are real. Families really do not always respond in a supportive way. Sometimes the person who financially cares for the family is gone. These are very real concerns. And then, as Ashley said, add the aspect of being online. And you think about the online crimes we see, there's videos, there's photos, there's sexualized conversations that the children are mortified about. They do not want to think about those caregivers or anyone seeing those pictures, photos, and conversations. So they're not going to tell for all the usual reasons, and then on top of it, the shame and the blame. And what's the question that most kids get when they finally tell about abuse? It's why didn't you tell me sooner? That's what they get. We implore anyone in your personal life or as a professional to never ask that question, why didn't you tell? There's a million reasons why they didn't tell. And online abuse carries all those exact reasons and more, including the fact that their life is their phone. We don't want it to be, but often it is, right? And their life is their Xbox. And to think about losing that is going to be the hardest struggle for a child. And to know that that parent or caregiver might say, you were not supposed to be on Discord. You were not supposed to be talking to anyone you don't know. And we try to educate caregivers to understand the world that children are dealing with right now and to give them a little grace. And we'll talk about that actually later this afternoon. But let's pivot to some of our investigations and prosecutions and how, if children aren't running to get help, how are we getting these cases?
So there are really three main ways that we're consistently getting reports at the DA's office. And the first way is through what we call a cyber tip. So internet service providers, think about Facebook, Google, they are obligated to report when there is some sort of CSAM on their platform. That report gets sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, and they are the national clearinghouse for these tips. From there, they have their own internal review process, and they get funneled out to local law enforcement. In Massachusetts, they go to the state police, and the state police is then another layer of the funnel, and then they farm them out to the local law enforcement, which after our Boston police partners review them, they get sent to our office. And then in conjunction with the law enforcement partners, we are tasked with trying to figure out who was on the other side of that computer, which is a very, very difficult task. And sometimes it leads us not to somewhere in the city, or it can lead us elsewhere into a different jurisdiction. Those cyber tips, not only they can be from the internet providers, you can also, if you know about the tip line, file with NCMEC. An individual can file. And so we call those cyber tips. And typically those can be known children that have already been identified through NCMEC, or they could just be a child that we know to be prepubescent.
Yep. And then is there another way? So I know it says here, child discloses, and we just talked about the fact that most children don't tell, but do families or mandated reporters sometimes stumble upon things and then the child tells?
Yes. So obviously a child can tell, and that would
Mhm.
prompt likely a police response. But oftentimes we're seeing parents, caretakers, teachers finding things or hearing scuttle in the cafeteria. So-and-so is sending out nudes. So-and-so received something that was inappropriate. And from there are two different ways that those reports really funnel their way to the district attorney's office. One is through a walk-in report. So you're a parent or a caretaker or a responsible adult, you see this and you go to your local police department, make a walk-in report and say, this happened. Can someone help me? The second way is that those people that we were talking about, mandated reporters, teachers, doctors, can file what's called the 51A in Massachusetts. That's a report with the Department of Children and Families that says this child it's supposed to be a report of abuse or neglect. And we, as really a group response, have started working with DCF to ensure that if a child is being exploited, that is being viewed as child abuse, and it is. And DCF routinely screens those in. Those reports come to my office, and we start an investigation that way.
Yep. And that leads us into who's involved in that investigation. And this is our multidisciplinary team wheel. And every one of these circles is important. And you know what's missing from this circle is tech companies, right? So wouldn't that be nice if over the next couple years we add tech and we add others that maybe we haven't thought of who can be a part of this response to online crimes against children. But it does take a multidisciplinary team. And you think about it, there's mental health concerns when this happens. There might be physical, medical concerns. There's, of course, law enforcement and police. There's prosecutors, victim advocates. All of these people convene together over in that building across the street to investigate and potentially prosecute the crime. So this is very important. This is a picture, actually, of one of our rooms across the street. It's the forensic interview room, and it's where I go on many days that I'm working, and I sit in the room on the left, which is where we talk to young people. And we do this in a very supportive, child-friendly setting, and the team sits behind a mirror so that the child only talks to one person at a time. And the team can observe and get all of their questions answered through me, through the forensic interviewer. Do you think we tell the kids that there's people behind the mirror? We do.
We do.
Yes, we do. Because first of all, they're going to guess because TV shows them all the time now.
Right.
So they're going to guess. But also, we want to be honest. We're asking them to be honest with us. We're not trying to trick them. We're trying to be as transparent as we can. We also want them to know that their parents and caregivers are not in that room listening. We're talking to children in a private setting along with members of their team. And the offender, is not a part of this and doesn't know that this is happening, so they're not part of the forensic interview. But actually, if there's digital evidence in a lot of these cases, why do we have to do a forensic interview of the child involved?
Because we have learned that children, even when there is digital evidence, it's usually a tiny snapshot of what actually happened. And so Jackie and her team are absolutely amazing in sitting down with a child. So many variables can impact what a child is willing to disclose, right? They may, we call it dipping the toe in the water. They may tell a little bit of what happened in order to get the abuse to stop or to get help or to try to prevent somebody from doing whatever awful threat they threaten them online. But it's probably not the whole picture. And in order to prosecute these cases, knowing the whole picture is incredibly important, because what Jackie's able to do in a non-judgmental, non-leading fashion is really, in a very short amount of time, gain the child or the youth's trust, and they open up. And then from there, we're able to get hopefully a lot more evidence and other things to try to corroborate what the child is telling us, so that at the end of the day, if we're able to prosecute, we have a much stronger case that's not resting solely on the shoulders of a child.
And so skipping kind of the prosecution and all the things that go into that, we want to talk about one of our programs that responds from the beginning to the end of the prosecution and beyond. And we have a program called SEEN, Support to End Exploitation Now, which has been around for more than 10 years. And specifically works with youth who have been exploited. And this means exploited in person and online, or online. And it's often both. And we have coordinators who make sure everybody in that wheel that you saw is working together to support the child through the process. And those coordinators work really hard. There's so much going on in the lives of children when they have something like this happen. And of course, any child is at risk, but children who have trauma in their background and children who are more at risk in the real world are also more at risk online. So it can be so, and they also often need more support. So all children are at risk, but we certainly have a specialty that we want to focus on certain kids that are exploited.
Just, oh, we have a question? Or
We're going to do questions at the end.
at the end?
Yeah, we'll have time for questions.
But just kind of pivoting a little bit, I saw the scene team in action last night, which is really great. So just very quickly, there was a 911 call, police responded, and there were 2 teenagers that were located there. So that everything, all the steps were followed, and the department was able to contact. We have an on-call scene phone. And what's so great is that we have wonderful police officers that did a great job. They did everything they were supposed to do. They are not always privy to the information that our scene coordinator has, and she knew about a couple other reports involving these 2 youths, and they were able to connect this morning at 4 a.m., respond to the hospital, and had all of the information in one place. So they do a great job of kind of connecting the disciplines so that the youths that are at the hospital get the services and the support that they need. So that was just kind of on the tip of my
Great.
brain.
Great. So we've talked about the foundation really quickly, the foundation and kind of our investigations and some of the supports we have. We want to talk about what we're doing in Suffolk County to prevent these crimes. So not enough is being done, both locally, nationally, internationally. I know there's a lot of momentum right now in recognizing the risks that children are facing online. There's a lot of lawmakers trying to pass legislation that will better protect. I don't know how they're going to do it in some states. They're trying to, they have passed laws that will actually ban social media for young people. I don't know how that's going to be enforced. And I think that even if there is a ban or a caregiver bans something, we still have to teach children and give them the tools to be safe online, because they may find ways online no matter what, right? So we're going to end on a lighter note before we get into questions. And I'm going to ask Ashley to introduce you to this program we have.
I will introduce it, but Jackie gets all the credit. This is her baby. She created this program, and it is amazing. So it's called Stop Lock Talk, and Jackie has created 2 versions of it. So this is a caretaker version. So there's one thing that's marketed towards parents and caretakers, and then there's another program that she's designed where we actually go into schools and teach kids about the dangers and how to be safe. And so the primary purpose of the parent and caretaker program is just to educate them on the simplest level, how to use the technology, what the problem is, that this exists. You would be amazed at how many adults, even
In our
young
own
adults
office
that don't
know.
even realize that sending a nude is a thing. It's a thing, and it's here to stay. It's not going away. And that kids are doing it, and they're doing it younger and younger and younger. So we shine the light on that and try to teach caretakers and give them the tools in order to appropriately respond, right? It's very common and to have that knee-jerk reaction. Why didn't you tell me? I told you not to go on that app, or give me your phone, rather than, and we try to shift the conversation to commending the child. Like, thank you for telling me. Let's figure out this together. And so one thing that we kind of talk about a little bit is you have parents and caretakers and children that are getting phones younger and younger. And so we're trying to encourage them to, just in the same way that your child turns 16 and they're ready to drive a car, they take a course and you teach them. Or they want to learn a sport, you don't tell them how to drive a car. You don't tell them how to play baseball. you get in the passenger seat, you go in the backyard, and you show them. So we want to kind of shift that narrative and try to encourage parents and caretakers to show the child how to be safe online.
Let's go on Instagram and block someone.
Mhm.
Let's find something inappropriate and let's report it. Like that's what the actual practice can look like. And so we want to equip caregivers. We definitely want professionals that work with young people to also know this stuff. Of course, we want tech and people who are designing these things to be a part of this. And we want the students, the young people themselves, to be empowered to know how to stay safe online. So we teach them stop, block, talk. Does anyone in here, and I don't know if they still teach it, does anyone know, let me just ask, if there's a fire, what do you do?
Yeah, you
What do
catch
you
on
do?
fire. What are you supposed
What
to
are
do?
you supposed to do? You got
You
it.
got it.
Stop, drop, and roll. You got it. So we want young people and really anyone, if you're online using a device and something goes wrong, we want you to stop, not engage, block the person who's bothering you, and talk to a trusted adult, and talk to the company, talk to the app, report it to the app. And then we hope the app and everyone else who's been talked to will respond to students. So how do we get students to remember stop, block, talk? Well, for one, we go out and do workshops and try to make it interactive and fun and talk to them about this. I did 2 yesterday with 4th and 5th graders. I'm doing 2 tomorrow with high schoolers. So it runs the gamut. We can talk to all youth about this stuff. So with the help of my adolescent nephew, we wrote a song called Stop, Block, Talk. And we're going to share it with you now. And we're going
catchy.
to end on the note of Stop, Block, Talk, the song. We hope it gets stuck in your head, just like we have found it gets stuck in the heads of young people. And we will play a video, but we encourage you to sing along if you would like.
You'll recognize
Um,
the tune.
The lyrics will be shown. Okay, so let's see if we can play Stop, Block, Talk. And I have to sing when it, oh, sound.
Oh.
Oh, pause it. I need help. I said I could do it and I can't. Last verse. So if you're on a website or maybe playing Fortnite and something doesn't feel right, well, you know what to do. You gotta stop. You gotta block. You gotta stop. You gotta block. You gotta talk. There you go. Good job. Thank you, Dr. Lee. And thank you all for bearing with us as we did that. I saw your faces like when it started, you're like, what is this? And then as it went
We're not
along, you're like,
singers.
oh, this isn't too bad. Okay. If we can get middle schoolers dancing to that, that's pretty good. And we can, we get a little eye rolls sometimes, but we can get it. So we're going to wrap up before the questions. Sorry, I had to play the song, so I had to cause a problem. And it's okay. We can end on that. That's not a problem.
There we go.
Okay. And we have one more project that we do that we're going to just show you here, which is called Now You See, which also brings the voices of survivors to the public, to anyone. We want to increase awareness about these crimes and increase awareness and celebrate the bravery of children who have been through this stuff. So this is Hannah. Hannah was sexually exploited online. She met, someone approached her online and she met them, and actually he came and met up with her in person and sexually assaulted her. So her case went through the criminal system. It was prosecuted. The offender pled guilty. And then Hannah and both of her parents created pieces of artwork. And Hannah was really proud of herself for coming forward, being able to talk about it. And that was partially why we were able to hold the person accountable. So kind of want to end on her words, which are, I'm proud that I stood up to him. Even if you're scared, it will be worth it. Don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. That's a lot to ask of a child. So when a child does come forward, we just want to ask you to be there to support them no matter what discipline you're in, whether it's law enforcement, tech, whatever it might be, or you're thinking about this. So we want you to join the wheel and be a part of the solution.
And thank you.
And
Thank you
thank
for
you.
having us. Thank you for being interested, and hopefully we look forward to you joining the wheel and everything that anyone in this conference is going to accomplish. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a great keynote speech regarding how the Massachusetts, especially the Massachusetts state, responds to the online crime against children. And as a moderator, I have a special permission to ask a question first. So I would like to ask the two great speakers a question. I would love to know how successful are the prosecutions of online crime against children? Like more likely, how often the offenders are actually found guilty or pled guilty?
A great question. And so I don't have the specific statistic, but I can say that we are having a great deal of success once we get to the stage of prosecuting, meaning that we've been able to identify the offender. We have the digital evidence in conjunction to the child witness. We have had a really good success rate of getting guilty pleas as well as convictions at trial.
And I'll just add, I think the most frustrating piece that is a challenge is the identifying of the offender.
Mhm.
And oftentimes we can't identify the offender. And that is the worst when you have a child or when you have a case and you know the offender is out there harming other children and we can't identify the person, or we get it to a certain country location in general, but we can't figure it out past that, and having to tell families, we're so proud and we're so glad you're safe, but we can't figure out who did this. That's awful. And I agree with Ashley. I've worked in the DA's office a long time. I've never seen so many offenders plead guilty as in her unit. Oftentimes offenders go to trial, but when we have the digital evidence, they often plead guilty. So.
I got one more question before I put the mics to the floor. So given that we know that these children are exposed to the device quite early in their age, and you guys said you guys are providing the educational program for the schools and others, and how early in the grade those programs are actually available? Is preschool or the K-12?
So our office focuses on 4th grade and up. That's just our target and our specialty. There are organizations such as Common Sense Media and other agencies that target children as young as preschool, as soon as they're able to have a device in their hand. So that's not necessarily what we do, but we focus on 4th grade and up. We think they need it every year. I'll also tell you, we don't have enough resources to get to every student in Suffolk County, and we're only getting to a small portion. We are trying to educate. We're working with school systems to try to get our programs into their schools so that staff can teach it. It's just really hard when not everyone understands kind of the risks that go along, but we're trying, and the school systems in Suffolk County have been awesome and really being a partner. We have health teachers who are teaching this program. A lot of school systems have their own. And I did just see something that I believe President Biden declared this month, that I think they're setting up a task force to try to get curriculums in school or to start studying what is needed, something like that. So I know there's a lot of focus on it right now.
Glad to know that. I actually have to dig deeper about that particular program that you just mentioned. So now let me open to the question for the floor.
Hi, Karen Feinberg, and a graduate of the Risk and Prevention Program within Harvard Graduate School of Education. And I have a mission-driven innovation strategy consultancy, local to global. I have a lot of things bubbling in my head. A couple of them are questions and a couple of them are ideas, if you don't mind sharing.
And if we can't answer the question, we will tell you.
Sure.
Okay.
So the prevention piece, I'm curious why it is so hard. I'm guessing resources partly. But do you talk with faith-based communities around this? And also like boys and girls clubs and out-of-school time youth. So that's file these away. That's one question. What percentage around like related to terrorism? I was involved with a UMass counterterrorism conference, and those that are recruiting young people, they are very sophisticated. And I want to know if there's what portion of that is going on around all of this. Maybe it's less prevalent a little bit now, but
I think the terrorism piece, our federal partners are the ones that see
Okay.
that and investigate it. And unless Ashley wants to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think you're correct. And if after we investigate a case, we realize that the suspected perpetrator is outside of the country, we usually refer that to HSI.
so before you answer the prevention piece, so I have my nose in a lot of different areas, including media, and I attended International Virtual Reality Global Health Conference, and I feel like you guys should be in that room.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you for saying
And
that.
I also think locally, I have some ideas around how to bring you potentially to the tech community. And the other thing is, you talk about resources.
Yeah.
Can you engage with philanthropists and family foundations that care about these issues, et cetera? So that's a wide.
That's a lot. Yeah. But no,
lot.
and we so
So-
appreciate your energy and your clear passion to want to change the landscape and help children. And it's constant. Our Children's Advocacy Center does a lot of fundraising. We, as a DA's office, cannot do fundraising, but our Children's Advocacy Center can. And some of the monies that they have raised have gone into some resources. So there's a woman who works there who does these presentations with me. Without that, I wouldn't be able to do as many. But I feel like we need a whole slew of people doing these. So yeah, I'd love to talk to you more about ideas. We need people to help us figure this out.
Maybe we can connect afterwards.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Sure.
Thank you. Really appreciate for your PPT here, and your lecture is very interesting topic. And I'm wondering about some jurisdiction aspect. Since that is it state operated organization, so I'm wondering when you have this kind of digital evidence, where did that been any issue like jurisdiction difference, for example, from MA, and that case is happened in like associated with neighboring states. So is that any like evidence being dismissed or any? Also, I'm wondering if MA have like minimum sentence according to this kind of child abuse that you reported and in the trial court.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we do face a lot of jurisdictional issues, which the captain kind of touched on. What's nice is that the Boston Police Partners we have, a lot of them are on a state and a federal task force. So at least if things are happening in other areas of the Commonwealth, there are different ways that we can continue to prosecute them or get in contact with a different county that may be more appropriate to prosecute the crime. We also always want to kind of keep in mind where the survivor is going to be based and what sort of burden that would put on them in terms of where to prosecute. So you can prosecute a lot of internet crimes either where the crime occurred or where the suspect is physically. So we do talk a lot about jurisdictions in that. We've had a lot of success with once we cross state lines, finding our partners in the other states. Many states have CACs, which again kind of ties back into the multidiscipline team. So if I don't know who to call, probably someone at the CAC has a contact in another state, or our law enforcement partners have been wonderful in making those connections. I know there's a part two, but I
Yeah, the minimum sentence is there.
the sentences. So every state has different sentences for different crimes, and you could have the same conduct and it could be charged differently in different states. I'm only barred in Massachusetts, so I'm not as familiar with other states. But
Which
just
means you're a lawyer in Massachusetts. Barred makes it sound like you're
Sorry.
like not permitted to do so.
oh yes, thank you. Jackie usually feels when I go to
interpreter
legal
often.
jargon. But there are like possession of CSAM or manufacturing of CSAM would be different depending if you charged it in the state versus the federal government. Right off the top of my head, that's definitely a different charging structure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
And I think we have one more question.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. You mentioned that it's so hard. You shared the statistics, how difficult it is for children to report crimes and abuse. And it makes sense because sometimes their entire world is cyber world and they have to go to step out and talk to their parents in the real world. So it makes sense that the reporting should be done in the same environment where the abuse has happened. So, and you mentioned stop and then report to the application.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any requirement, and I'm asking as a technical person, for application providers to have an efficient way for child to report such an abuse, like a button that will be required and that will not require, looking for whom to contact and then basically spend hours and days and basically lose it completely? Is there a legislation or something that can enforce, because they have the skin in the game here, the applications, and they can ban them, they can provide a lot of leverage?
I am not certain, but I do not believe there's any sort of regulation about what is required of an app once that conduct has been reported in terms of how we see other areas regulated. And I do think that that is a big problem. And I think that's part of what Jackie started to mention, trying to, and there's a monetary incentive, right? These apps are making money, and the more people that use the apps. And so that I think that's an area that we need to talk. And I think this is a great conference to start talking about that and how the app companies and the internet providers, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, Backpage was eventually banned. That's was a website being used to facilitate prostitution, but there are a lot of websites and apps that are being used to do that. And how can we, at what point are we going to start to hold those companies accountable?
That is the discussion right now in the Supreme Court and in the country.
Mhm.
There are cases going on and there's legislation that is trying to be passed. I will say that as far as what the apps are required to do, I don't think any app is required to have software that detects CSAM, but I think once they do have the CSAM, they are required to report it to the cyber tip line.
But I think he was talking about, like, how do you find it? How do you know
well,
how the cyber
and
tip
the
line
ease
exists?
of reporting. And I will say, I use the app so that I know what I'm talking about. And I still don't know what I'm talking about when I talk to students. They know so much more than me. But I try to use TikTok, Twitter, and the most popular ones. And I have found it has gotten easier to report things. I really think it has. There's 3 little dots. We talk to the kids about that. We say, if you see those 3 little dots, you hit that button and it's going to help you report. Can I give you an example of something that happened to me this week, though? So I was on Twitter and I was scrolling and I saw some comments under a post that I wanted to read. So I started reading the comments and boom, pops up a pornographic video right in the comments. And of course, I thought to myself, well, what if I'm a kid? And all of a sudden this pornographic video is popping up. And I didn't ask for it. I was reading comments that had nothing to do with anything sexualized. This was like some political discussion or something, and I clicked it. So I clicked report, and it did make me fill out some forms. It wasn't as easy as I thought. And then this was amazing. And gosh, I don't know if Twitter won't watch this, right? But I don't care if they do, whatever. Go ahead, Elon. Twitter said that they weren't sure if I should report it because nudity is permitted, and that nudity is only not permitted if you're not asking for it. So I continued to report it and said I was not asking for it. It's not like I went and searched for it. And they said, we encourage people who are posting nudity to put a filter up, and this thing did not have a filter. And I noticed there were many more videos that were starting to pop up. So I'm practicing with the report buttons and trying to figure out how easy certain apps are and which ones take it more seriously and which ones do not allow for pornography and nudity, so that we can talk to caregivers. I wouldn't want a child right now, and Twitter is 13 plus. So that means 13-year-olds can just have pornography shown at them at any time. So
Thank you.
that was a long-winded answer. I'm sorry. And I went off on Twitter.
Thank you very much.
No worries. I'm pretty sure Elon Musk is watching this. So thank you very much.
Let's get it to him.
Let's get it to him. Thank you very much for the great the morning session of a keynote speaker. And because of our time restriction, we cannot actually ask questions coming from the YouTube. But if you want to check the YouTube, we are actually airing this one online. So there's also the questions. And if you want to answer it later, it's by all means. And thank you very much. And we will have a quick 10-minute break, and we'll start this the keynote session number 2 shortly.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move on to the next segment of our conference with the second keynote session addressing online child exploitation and victimization from a federal perspective. Once again, fortunate to have Dr. Henri Lee, who will be our moderator discussant, and our guest will be Special Agent Edward Bradstreet from the Department of Homeland Security. Dr. Lee, please proceed.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining the 2023 White Hat Conference second keynote session. While we discuss how state agency handles online child exploitation and victimization, our second keynote session demonstrates federal agencies' perspective. We invite Special Agent Edward Bradstreet from the Department of Homeland Security to represent the federal standpoints. Since 2007, Special Agent Bradstreet has been a Special Agent of Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, which is a principal investigative arm of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and assigned to the Boston field office. Special Agent Bradstreet works in the child exploitation and forensic groups, focusing on internet crime against children, ICAT task force, digital forensics, and image and video analysis. Special Agent Bradstreet routinely assists local, state, and federal partners with forensics and cyber investigation assistance. He also instructs other law enforcement officers within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and internationally about investigating computer crimes, internet-related child exploitations, internet safety, and the use of open source and social media resources during investigation. Prior to joining HSI, Special Agent Bradstreet worked as a special agent for the U.S. Secret Services since 1999, working in financial crimes, counterfeiting, fraud, high technology, electronic crimes investigations, as well as domestic and foreign dignitary protection. Additionally, he worked for a year as a special agent for the Office of Inspector General, Office of Investigations, Labor Racketeering, and Fraud. Special Agent Bradstreet has a Bachelor's of Science degree from Babson College in Business Law, Entrepreneurship, and a Master of Science from the University College of Dublin in Forensic Computing and Cybercrime Investigation. Please welcome Special Agent Edward Bradstreet.
Thank you. Appreciate being offered to come out here and speak at the conference. Great topic. I'm actually going to address the professor's question earlier in the beginning of this because it's relevant. I'm going to just cover a few things. So we already did my background. I'm old, hearing that, 1999. It's crazy. It's 2023. So I've been doing this 24 years in August, which goes by in a blink of an eye. But a lot of experience doing child exploitation, working with Suffolk County, Boston Police, Worcester Police, State Police, over these many years doing this at the federal and state partnership. So opinions, to disclaim, better opinions here. Some of these are my opinions, obviously don't represent the opinions of the federal government. Just have to put the disclaimer there. So a couple topics I'm going to cover, basically 4 main points today, just to cover some of our pain points we see as our agency, what we're dealing with. I'm going to cover first sort of the overview of the ICAC ecosystem, how we work with Suffolk County or the Child Advocacy Center, how cyber tips come in, and how we basically get our leads. Second is the dark web versus encrypted apps. I'll go into more of that later, but obviously the dark web gets an inordinate amount of ink and press and exposure from our own federal agency management. But really, what is better or worse, encrypted apps that we see or the dark web? We'll talk about more later. Third is financial sextortion we're seeing, which has really exploded in the last couple of years. It's a derivation of a 419 scam or a Nigerian financial scam, but it's where CSAM is being used to exploit minors for financial payments, which is something that's fairly new since 2021. And then lastly, I'll cover a little bit about AI, chat, GPT, and bold fakes. As it says, boldly going where? Where is this going to go? And I added a couple slides this morning because some stuff happened in the last week and a half as I was researching that really has sort of brought this. I thought we were maybe 6 months to a year away. We're actually here now with some of the AI generated content that's out there. I have quite a lot of slides. I'm going to go through them pretty fast so we can get to a Q&A. But our sort of world revolves around even investigative, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who gets all the cyber tips from the electronic service providers and sends them to the appropriate agency, whether it be Boston Police, us in some cases. But that's really the wholesale where cyber tips come from. ESPs report about 99% of the cyber tips come from an electronic service provider. Back to your question, Professor, earlier, just 2 weeks ago, I had a victim who self-reported to NCMEC, a cyber tip, was on Roblox, got conned, and the conversation switched to SMS or iMessage, and a person in another country was soliciting photos. She reached out on Discord to ask for assistance what to do, and somebody there told her to self-report to NCMEC. I've actually never had that happen before, but it is good to see people are aware of that going on. Back to the reporting, though, what we see a lot of with these apps is a child will report something, or a parent will report to the app, and they will delete the information. So law enforcement wise, we no longer have control and can't get that information because the app will delete it. So we tell people now in our public Project Safe Childhood presentation with the U.S. Attorney's Office to report it to NCMEC, the cyber tip line. Report anything. A parent, report it all to there. They will notify the appropriate law enforcement agency. So the ICAC task force, it's DOJ funded, 61 coordinated task forces around the country, 5,400 people, federal, state, local law enforcement, dedicated just to doing crimes against children. It's really where the nexus of all the things we do around CSAM investigations and child exploitation. State police is the coordinating agency in this state. Every state has a coordinating agency. In California, there's several because it's so large. But in this state, state police is the lead agency for the cyber tips. HSI, FBI, Boston Police, Worcester Police, many other agencies are affiliates. Those are some of the big ones. We receive, or Massachusetts, 1,500 to 3,000 cyber tips a month from NCMEC. Not all of those are workable, but that is a high volume. Some of those will be, non-workable. They may be a very minor thing, or that could be actually a picture of a juvenile that was detected through automatic algorithms or somebody a manual check at Facebook or Instagram. And actually in 2022, the city of Worcester received the most cyber tips in the state, which I think is kind of a surprise for some people. It's not the biggest city, but it received the most last year. I know Worcester State's represented here. 2022 received 32 million reports in total, 32 million cyber tip reports from electronic service providers. 31.8 were from ESPs, so 99%. The rest were somebody self-reporting that they were scammed online, what have you. U.S.-based, and this goes back to your question, Professor, U.S.-based ESPs are legally required to report instances of apparent child pornography, which comes up when we talk about AI and ChatGPT, where this is going to go, to the cyber tip line when they become aware of it. So if they're notified, they have to report by law to NCMEC, who will then subsequently report the relevant law enforcement agency that handles it. So some stats. I did this presentation on Keynote for Apple, and it lost a little of the flair and jazz when it gets converted to PowerPoint. This was supposed to be animated, but you can see some of these stats. This is really by the size of the platform. Pinterest, 34,000. Dropbox. As you move down, obviously you're going to recognize that these platforms are, as they get larger, they're going to get more cyber tips. So Twitter last year, 98,000 were reported, and these are all stats from NCMEC that they report every year. As you get down, Discord, TikTok, 288,000. Pornography is a problem on Twitter. I know it was spoken of earlier. It actually predated, though. That still was a problem. Pornography was allowed before the sale, and it's an ongoing problem that they allow it. It's other platforms. Instagram do not allow nudity. Frankly, I think Twitter makes probably a lot of money with that. I don't know. I'm not sure. So who knows why they don't allow it, but it's still allowed on the platform where other platforms do not allow that. There's been a lot of high profile cases of Tumblr got rid of pornography, which is a big part of their business, but pornography is still present on Twitter. As we go through, we're getting now to the larger applications. Snapchat, 551,000. Omegle, which is a very common app we see in trading child exploitation material. WhatsApp is over 1 million. Google, 2 million. Instagram, Facebook. Facebook's obviously quite large. 21 million reports. 21 million reported by Facebook to NCMEC. That is a large reporting. So what you don't see here is Apple, and I'll cover that in the next slide. So what everybody knows how many iPhones are out there. Very prevalent. You get 5 gigabytes of iCloud storage automatically. Any guess how many reports Apple might have reported to NCMEC? Just a wild guess, seeing how this prevalence, you'll probably be a little surprised. And again, this is all reported by NCMEC. It's open source information that they report out. 234 was reported by Apple last year. 234 total. I've never gotten one. I've never seen a cyber tip line from Apple. So when you go from Facebook with 21 million, Instagram with 5 million, and now Apple has 234. So what's the story behind that? So last year, or 2 years ago now, 2021, Apple came out, said they were going to start scanning US iPhones and iCloud for images of child sexual abuse. Using their own Photo DNA is a product that Microsoft developed. Apple has their own proprietary system they were going to use. This will be hard to read, but they unveiled plans to do this, to turn this on and start looking at their own network for content. It's called Neural Match. It will scan images before they're uploaded to iCloud. If it finds it, it's going to be reviewed by a human. Confirmed, a report will be sent to National Center. This is the model that works for every other electronic service provider. They also plan to scan users' encrypted messages for sexually explicit content as a child safety measure. So this alarmed privacy advocates. This is from Wired for 2022. Apple kills its plan to scan your photos for CSAM. Here's what's next. And that highlighted portion, the initiative was controversial and it drew a lot of criticism for privacy and security researchers. I'm not going to comment on that. I don't have an opinion on it. I agree with the privacy aspect of that. It's pretty invasive what they were planning to do. But I will say every other provider does basically the same thing. I don't think it was intrusive. I'm not sure if WhatsApp, it's end-to-end encryption. I'm not sure if they look at the messages. You look at the number of reports, they probably do. Either way, every other provider really kind of does this on their network for the protection of children in CSAM. So again, I'm not running an opinion whether Apple should or shouldn't. Privacy advocates have called this sort of the end, the info apocalypse if this gets turned on. This was a post in January 2023. This researcher, I think he's in Berlin, had said he thought Apple was scanning your image files now without consent. I don't know if that's true or not. I just found it online. He did some reverse engineering to see that he looked like he was getting his photos scanned. So the question is, what's going to happen with this? Is Apple, to use the term from the banking, is it too big to fail? Do they know the numbers from their own internal research that really would be so big? If you look at Facebook with 21 million, how many cyber tips potentially are out there floating in the Apple ecosystem that they would have to report? The question is was this about privacy or was this about the amount of content that might be on their network that they'd have to report? I'm not sure. Again, not running an opinion, just saying I think there's a lot of CSAM that's natively resting with Apple right now on iCloud and iPhones. It's not being reported. When you see 234 total compared to 21 million for Facebook, it's a little bit of a concern. So is it a see no evil, hear no evil? They sort of pulled back and want to refine the privacy issues? I'm not sure. But what happens now? And as I said, the privacy people call this the 4 horsemen of the infopocalypse if this gets turned on. You look at what the other providers do, though. Is it a necessary thing? I would say so from my perspective, but I do get the privacy issues as well. So then moving on to the dark web versus encrypted apps, who wins in this battle? We have a saying that no matter what, everybody's going to the same party. How they arrive there, what their end goal is, which is to get CSAM, child exploitation material, is the same goal. But they may arrive there different means, but they're all trying to get the same goal. A lot of our offenders we've seen are using Tor. They may not be sophisticated, but somebody told them to use Tor, or they're using Telegram, Omegle, what have you. But a lot of times they're just using whatever the easiest tool is. A lot of times it's peer-to-peer apps, which are still relevant. So we see this has been pushed out for many years, this model of the surface web, iceberg, and then the deep web is this huge iceberg underneath the ocean. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer. SANS gave a very good presentation in 2019 sort of flipping this on its head. I got some of the material from their presentation. And this is really more of an accurate where the surface web, well, this is actually a joke, that if you want to hide a body, you put it on page 2 of Google, as the saying goes, because that's where everything goes to disappear, page 2 of Google. And the dark sea monster that nobody's going to see below the deep, deep dark web. Then even worse, page 1 of Bing, nobody's going to see it. I put this slide in, actually now Bing, with its integration with AI, I think Bing may have more, you're going to see Bing being used more. And we actually get a lot of cyber tips for Bing. Most people don't know, but Bing will actually produce child pornography. You can search for it on Bing, and that will produce a cyber tip from Microsoft. It's a weird flaw in Bing's search engine, but it will allow you to produce it. And we see a lot of older people who are using Bing, who are prior offenders, who are using Bing because it's a default browser installed, and they're searching for child pornography on it. Again, I consider page 2 of Google results the dark web. So this is kind of this is from Argonne National Laboratory, sort of a better model of really where the dark web lies in this. It's a small percentage of the overall web traffic when you look at surface web and deep web, but there's a lot of attention paid to the dark web. Key takeaway is the dark web is part of the deep web. It sounds sinister, but this is pulled from an article, but much of it is quite boring. Bank account sites, registration forums, much of Facebook. The blue doesn't come across at all very well, but the deep web is said to comprise about 90% of the internet. However, included in that 90% is the dark web, which is much smaller, comprising less than 0.01% of the internet. When you're browsing the dark web and you see yourself with a 70% discount, it's a joke, but it is there's still a lot of activity on the dark web, but I think it gets an inordinate amount of focus from agencies and from the media, frankly, when we have a ton of exploitable material that's easily obtainable on an app anybody can download on their phone. And this is a joke, but it actually is relevant because a lot of these offenders think just because they're on tour, they're anonymous, or they're using anonymity tools that think shields their anonymous completely. And they're actually operate more freely when they're on these encrypted sites or on tour itself. So this is an older article from 2014 from Wired. Dark web isn't particularly vast. This kind of turns it on its head. What the media portrays the dark web as is this vast underground network, which it is, and there still is valid forums on there that are transmitting a lot of bad content, but it's sort of getting a lot of the exposure when we have all this work on Roblox, on Snapchat, on Instagram. We have all this. The dark web exists and it is there, but we're kind of focusing, I think, too much attention to it when we have an entire network where it's very easily to obtain CSAM material, not using any specialized browser. Just again, that's the 0.1%. The other issue is that Tor has sort of been publicly reported to have flaws, have exploits that may be exploited. This is a dissident voice. Should you trust Tor with your life? Not if your life. Should you trust Tor? Not if your life is on the line. So sort of people who are aware of it, Tor is not the end all be all. It's not as secure as people think it is. There's just a couple articles from Reddit about attacks that are possible on Tor to de-anonymize people. That being said, it still is. There are forums out there, but we have seen a lot of the traffic is now on encrypted end-to-end apps. It's just some kind of interesting talks about the deep web and sort of that people that know that, you got to be careful when you're on Tor. It may not be as anonymous as you think. That, again, we've had several large cases. Welcome to Video was a site in Korea, a server that was hosted, was taken down. It was an IRS case. Then HSI came in and joined it. A Korean gentleman was selling CSAM openly on this server via Bitcoin, 415 Bitcoins. The site was taken down. The blue's kind of washed out. You can't really see it. But there's a very good Darknet Diaries episode 131, that talks about this whole case from beginning to end. It's worth listening to. It's a sense of your gut-wrenching story of how criminal investigators use Bitcoin tracing. It's one of the first times they've actually used Bitcoin tracing in a federal investigation to de-anonymize and find who owned this server. They were hosting a ton of content. We arrested, I think, 5 in this district that were users of this website or server, excuse me. Just a link to the episode is 131. Very good episode. Talks all about sort of the process of how this case happened. It's just a DOJ Public Affairs press release on this takedown, the worldwide takedown of this site. So now to the encrypted apps, and this is the Guardian. Dark web criminals switch to popular apps to sell drugs using bots and graffiti messages to do business. And I think this is sort of my opinion that this is where a lot of traffic is. Telegram in particular, but they're using WhatsApp. They're using all sorts of apps that are out there to conduct their business. This is a quick talk about Discord. Cyber criminals have set up on Discord, and hackers using the private groups. We all know what happened a month ago on a Discord server, the national security incident that happened. So that kind of there's a lot of good on Discord, but that gives kind of a bad look for Discord that individual was sharing that classified material to it. There's some of the main apps we've seen in cases: Telegram, Viber, Discord, Kik, Signal. You notice Signal was not on that list because of privacy. They don't also police their network, which is why it's a preferred sort of privacy app. But we do see a lot come up in parallel to our investigation. Same with Telegram. So this is the Telegram FAQ. Telegram prides itself of never having released any information to a third party, to a government, 0 bytes. It's hard to read, but Telegram receives a court order that confirms you're a terror suspect. We may disclose your IP address and phone number to the relevant authorities. So far, this has never happened. They have a transparency report, and to my knowledge, in the US, no government entity has ever gotten any information from Telegram. They do actually monitor their content, though, for certain keywords. And there are numerous CSAM accounts on there that are being run and sharing. It's kind of a free-for-all. There's also a lot of scams on there also. But there is a lot of content being posted, and it's just a complete free-for-all. So Telegram is something that any kid on a phone could download from an app store and be online and be able to search for pornography, for CSAM. So what I say, who wins in terms of this war? Well, anybody with an iPhone or an Android can get Telegram on their phone and start looking for this content. So I'd say the risk, but you don't need Tor. You can run Tor on a phone. Not many people do it, but it's possible. But these encrypted apps is where a lot of this content is being floated around. There's no way to obtain evidence from Telegram pursuant to service a legal process. It's incorporated in the British Virgin Islands. The founder and the team live in Dubai. The founder created VK, which is considered the Russian version of Facebook. He publicly stated he created Telegram so they could communicate in a way that he was confident the Kremlin could not access information. He had a falling out with Putin and he fled Russia. Servers are in Netherlands, but the data is shared across multiple servers around the world. So no single country has a server that has all the information. It's designed for counter investigations and has some counter intercept capabilities. So that being said, in the U.S., no, I don't think anybody's ever gotten any information from Telegram. There were a couple news articles, though, in 2022 that Germany sort of had picked a fight with Telegram and was ordering them to turn over some info. And it's not really ever been confirmed, but supposedly they did give over some user data. So even these apps that claim they're fully secure, privacy, you don't know. I mean, I think Germany had threatened they were going to not allow the platform in their country. Telegram's FAQ, do you process data requests? To this day, we have disclosed 0 bytes of user data to third parties, including governments. Kind of interesting. As I said, dark web does have a lot of criminal groups, but I think the user base is vastly outnumbered by these encrypted apps that people are using for free on their phone, their Android or iPhone. The offenders are the same. I said that earlier. We've seen suspects using any method they can to get CSAM, peer-to-peer, dark web, using BitTorrent, eMule, what have you. People are using whatever they can to get this content. We have several NGOs that help us in this fight. Thorn, Child Rescue Coalition, all these NGOs are working to assist us to try to help sort of shift the technological divide to assist us in this fight with these encrypted applications and Tor and the dark web. So just pivoting to this is the kind of couple slides on this. This is a new scam we've seen where the goal is not to get CSAM for purposes of child exploitation. It's a financial. So they get underage people to send CSAM, and then they extort them for money. So it's a flip on sort of a Nigerian scheme, what we call a 419 scheme, where these letters were sent or emails were sent. It's sort of a novel thing that's happened in the last, since 2020, 2021. It's really gone through the roof. It originates out of Nigeria and Ivory Coast. Nigeria is spearheaded by the FBI. We spearhead Ivory Coast. Is kind of how it was split in terms of the leads. But the thing is, the goal is financial. It's not somebody obtaining illicit material. They're using the CSAM to extort people. They reach out to victims using any number of methods, Snapchat, whatever, messaging apps that they can reach out to people. They get them, pretend to be a female. They frequently reach out to males, particularly who are athletes and certain age ranges. And then they get them to send CSAM to this party, pretending to be they're exchanging a communication with a female. Then they ask for financial payments, extorting them that they're going to send this CSAM material, naked pictures, what have you, to their entire friend list or their friends and family. Victims are approached on social media, Instagram, Snapchat. It's really becoming a huge problem in the last 2 years. I won't read this whole thing, but this is a 15-year-old male. Female requested to chat on Google Hangouts. She sent nude photos, appeared to be a woman over 18 years old. Those are just photos they steal from the internet. She, in quotes, then requested the 15-year-old send photos. Victim was convinced to send nude photos, including his face. Suspect set up a fake Instagram account for the high school where the victim attends, as well as some of his friends on Instagram. Individual took screenshots of direct messages, the victim's nude photos being sent to the school district and friends' accounts, which were fake accounts, but they were made to look like the perpetrator was sending the content to the high school, to the principal, and to the friends. Suspect was then requested money, or she would send further pictures to the family. The individual had the victim send money through PayPal, Zelle, and Apple Pay. The victim, usually they send money before they report to the police. This is just a quote from a detective in the Midwest at an ICAC unit. I get 5 to 10 of these a month. They are always male athletes or they attend private schools. If they are male and being told to send money to administrative subpoena, and the IP is always Nigeria, recently, or Ivory Coast, Africa. So these are some of the statistics, which are pretty staggering for these West African financial scheme. These are HSI stats, do not include cyber tips received by FBI, NCMEC. 3,900 just between May and October 2022, and 1,200 number of victim-related cyber tips, U.S. only. So there's thousands and thousands of these being reported and scammed. They're making a lot of money off of this. As I said, HSI is taking the Ivory Coast, and FBI is taking Nigeria to form a partnership regarding these investigations, along with the UK, Canada, and New Zealand, and Australia. All are having the same volume of this happening. Overwhelming increase, children being extorted for financial gain. So one quick quote there, they have seen an immediate impact once a sextorter is arrested and taken offline. This is a quote from some of the information we have that was sent to us from headquarters. Please continue to keep in mind these children are not only being sextorted, they are being harassed and threatened so severely that some have taken their lives, unfortunately. There have been suicides related to this. Gain of this is not to gain more illicit images. It's just financial. It's a weird derivation of these financial schemes using child exploitation material. So we treat each cyber tip line report as a priority victim rescue and work with our partners at the child advocacy centers and representative DAs to interview these people, get them the resources they need, interview these juveniles. Ivory in Parliament approved a draft law to strengthen cybercrime related investigations. And HSI is working. We're going to assign somebody full-time in the Ivory Coast. FBI is doing the same thing in Nigeria. So there is a coordinated plan to address this. This is a feature of the sextortion that ICE and HSI did rolling out. We received over 3,000 sextortion tips in 2022. So there's a big public relations campaign to talk about sextortion and get over the stigma so people can report it. So in closing, I only have a few more slides. What is most concerning? That's a lot, right? Apple, what I just covered, which is a lot in a short amount of time, but just sort of an overview. There's a lot there. I mean, we have enough issues every day. Well, same with Suffolk County and Boston Police. Every day there's cyber tips coming in, not even talking about AI, ChatGPT, deep fakes. So boldly going, where's this going to go? When I did this presentation a few weeks ago, I thought we haven't seen it yet. I think 6 months to a year, we might start seeing this AI taking effect where we'd see what I would call a synthetic CSAM, where we'd have child exploitation material that is synthetic. May not be real at all. It's synthetic. I figured we have a little time. It hasn't. So I started doing some research, and these sites are out here. This is a unique real-time face generator. The future is here. You can create a unique person in one click who's completely made up. This is just one of the many sites. Generated photos. They're not doing anything illegal. It's a site you can create your own identity for privacy. But these sites are out there. Variations of ChatGPT can carry on a conversation in text format. AI like Midjourney can create images. ChatGPT and Midjourney both restrict conversations or image generation to a PG-13 level. That's key there. They have built in, there's no adult content. This is a site that came up. There are several other, though, that advertise themselves as not safe for work, meaning it's pornographic content. So these are not safe for work, generated AI engines that exist and could possibly replicate. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that could be misused like we've seen with pornography in general. We don't call it child pornography anymore because a child can't consent. That's why we call it CSAM. But we're sort of on the bubble here with some of this technology, what it can be used for. And again, I did this about 3 weeks ago, and I'm going to show you what I found last week. So 8 free NSFW AI art generates to create images from text. NSFW not safe for work. It's just pornography. So this is pixai.art. This is a AI character engine. Fantastic tool for creating challenging and thought-provoking NSFW stuff. That's from their website. You can see the pictures that they're demonstrating here, what they want to create. This is getting pretty close. This is sort of hentai anime, which is not illegal, but we're sort of getting close here to age-wise. This looks kind of close to age of a child potentially. So this is the last line. So it's basically a free AI NSFW art generator. Again, not illegal, but a little bit of concern that this could be misused. This is random face generator. This is a well-known site. This person does not exist. It generates, so that is not a real person. That is an AI generated face, but you can see the age. This site's been around. You can create an image of any gender, age, or ethnicity for privacy purposes, or a lot of the ESPs will detect if you're using a fake photo. But you can see where you can create a young child with these engines. You can see where this is sort of going, where we're heading to with these tools and what can be done. Key point of this is 2002. Supreme Court strikes down ban on virtual child pornography, which we see a lot of in some cases, which is virtual child pornography. It's not illegal. It's very obvious it's virtual. And this is where we're sort of going to be over the cliff here, where with the technology, it's going to be very difficult to detect what's real and what's not. So the ban included sexual explicit material that conveys the impression the child was involved in its creation, even if none were used. The court ruled virtual pornography law violated free speech rights. It's a hard stop. That's 2002. We've been operating on that for a long time. We see this content. It's not illegal. We don't include it. It's not submitted to NCMEC. It's not used for any purpose. It's like it's regular pornography. So 1996 law addressed advanced computer imaging, but that was struck down based on this decision in 2002. Last paragraph, pornographers and mainstream filmmakers are hailing the ruling as a victory. Critics said that such a wide ban could make it a crime to depict simulated sex scenes such as those in the movies Traffic and Lolita. Okay, I mean, I don't disagree that it was a pretty wide ban, but this didn't take into account 20 years almost later, 23 years, whatever, of our new technology. So I don't know where we go from here, but this is 2022. This is already being sort of called out, the impact of deep fake on child safety. Addresses NCMEC, talks about the number of CSAM stats I already reported, but this company itself was sort of detecting like, hey, this could be a problem coming up, these deep fakes. Where are we going to go with this? This is 3 weeks ago, April. Again, the laws in Canada are different, but Quebec man sentenced to prison for creating AI-generated synthetic child pornography. This is the first time I've ever seen that actually somebody's been prosecuted. Again, the Canadian laws are different than ours. In some sense, I don't think could arrest on this now. I think that Supreme Court decision still would outweigh that it's not arrestable or not chargeable. So this was April 26, I believe. Again, I've never seen that somebody's actually been arrested for synthetic CSAM material. This is email. It's obviously redacted. This was last week, or May 24th. Email redacted on listserv, all in reviewing the forensic extraction related to a Freenet case. Our CFA, which is a forensic agent, believes he may have discovered AI-generated CSAM images. Again, this is the first time I've ever seen an email like that go out to our people. If you've worked a case involving suspected AI CSAM previously, you can reach out offline. Again, it's redacted. But that being said, we're here now. I thought this would be a year or two away. This is literally in the span of 2 weeks. We have now CSAM generated, synthetic CSAM is out there being used. Kind of a concern, obviously. Again, it's 2022 talking about the AI. There is some good. We have some of our forensic applications use AI to detect algorithms, to detect chats, detect images. So there is some use to AI that we're leveraging. This is a quote from an examiner. From an examiner perspective, I have used ChatGPT to write commands for PowerShell to recursively search folders and export specific file types, basically to help in your day-to-day examiner role. This is pretty simple stuff that is only scratching the surface when it comes to AI. So we have these two trains of AI heading toward one another, and I don't know who's going to win, but it's kind of a concern. Somebody asked ChatGPT, how could you affect digital forensics? And this is their response, which is hard to read, but they gave a very information-specific response on how ChatGPT would be used in forensics. The conclusion, though, is kind of interesting, where they say ChatGPT could potentially impact digital forensics by aiding in textual analysis, data extraction, et cetera. But the last line is key, and in raising ethical and legal considerations, And they talk about you have to validate the results and the accuracy. Human expertise and judgment remain critical in the digital forensics field, and AI technologies like ChatGPT should be used as tools to assist human investigators rather than replace them. Kind of a key thing I think about AI in general. So that's it. My email's up there, kind of broken with the blue. If you can't read it, I'll leave it up on the screen. Kind of flew through that because I know we have limited time to get to some questions.
Thank you very much for such a great session. I'm still in shock that the court just ruled out the virtual virtual stuff.
2002, that's been around for a long time, and I do agree it is, it's not real, but in today's, with what we're seeing with the technology, you can go on YouTube and look up AI television ads, or people are posting a lot of AI generated content of fake television ads that are completely fictitious and just made with AI. You can kind of tell still they're little, but some of them are very, very realistic. And I just have a concern. I mean, we have a lot of issue, morally, ethically, to discuss if, you could create potentially synthetic CSAM material that's very realistic and lifelike. Well, what's our responsibility? That's not a good thing. That's not a positive that's out there. Yes, there's no child being harmed, but I don't think that content being out there is a positive for anybody, sort of in my opinion. But I don't know where we're going with this technology, or how we've seen technologies, it's great, but it's been sort of misused also, which is always going to happen. But I think we're really on sort of a new frontier here where AI is going to go.
I wish just hopefully something like not dreadful happens so that changes all the courts as usual, but hopefully not. Actually, I have one question before I open the question to the floor. And I think you briefly mentioned about how the law enforcement officers actually using the AI, the functions, but can you elaborate more and recommend any policies or thoughts or methods for the law enforcement agencies and law enforcement who are investigating system materials, and how they can actually synthesize the ChatGPT or AI, because it will come and it will never go away?
It's so new. There is no policy right now on it. I'm sure there will be, but we're going to lag. Like, most government agencies, it'll take time for that to catch up with a policy. But a lot of our tools are integrating AI for detection algorithms in where, you image a phone or a computer in a forensics sees from a crime scene or search warrant. And the algorithm will go through and detect chat, grooming chat, or sexually explicit chats. That is a big time saving for an examiner, so they don't have to manually go through. So it's embedded now in a lot of the tools we use. But, I think that we're going to need policies as well, because ChatGPT can, at what point it's been well, and I'm sure professors in here have dealt with it. ChatGPT can I probably hit it a sore spot, can create entire works of art. And, you know, how do you, students creating fake assignments using AI. So, this is where the good and the bad, and we're going to need all policies also on how to use AI.
And just like the governments, the professors are also need to come up with a policy to how to deal with the ChatGPT and our assignment. Anyway, so are we gonna open the question for the floor? Do anybody have a questions? The mic is coming.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that you talked a lot about AI and this artificial the image generation for CSAM. And I don't know if you have an opinion on this or background or able to talk about it, but I've heard some statistics about offenders moving from online to real world, and I didn't know if you had any comments about that in terms of, as we see more artificially generated CSAM, what impact that actually has on society.
Yeah, I've thought of it. The first part of that, I distinctly remember a case we did several years ago. He was a swim coach in a town south of here, and we did the search warrant. The tower, which is an old tower, was in the closet. It had literally died. A lot of this happens frequently to us. It's just weird timing. The tower, had died the day before we executed the search warrant. It was in the closet. We thought it was not like an old computer. We took it, and it was, the hard drive still worked. But on that was 30,000 messages from when he started talking online to people to subsequently actually being a hands-on offender to people in his care as a coach. It was very interesting to see. We usually don't have that happen where you see the beginning, middle, and end for over 10 years. And you could see his chats begin to de-evolve. Beginning, I would never touch a child. I don't do that. I just only look. And it just progressively got worse. And he was convicted of touching some people that he coached, underage people. So I do think a lot of offenders, there's a study out, the Butner study that was kind of recalled. There was a subsequent Butner redo study that put a percentage on, federal inmates who were hands-on offenders. It was very high. It was, I'm probably misquoting, but I think it was above 70, maybe even be 80%. And again, that kind of study was sort of debunked in another study. Butner redo was done. But from our experience, I do see these offenders do track towards, even if they say no, I think they do track. And I think the Suffolk DAs, people will say the same thing. These offenders march. I'd actually be curious to hear what they say. They do march towards a hands-on. Some will never do it. So, and working on this presentation, I thought, is this a safety valve to have? This is another issue we have right now is child sex dolls. There are very lifelike child sex dolls that you can buy overseas. Not illegal here. You can have them shipped here. And when they're realistic, we've seen them on cases. It's frightening. They look like a real child. And there's some debate, is that, well, are you helping the problem? Is this, or hurting it by allowing something that's not a real child? My opinion, no. I don't think any of the content is good. It should be out there. I think it actually makes it worse. Just like pornography, it doesn't really, I don't think it's a safety valve, put it that way. So I do think a lot of these offenders march toward, a hands-on offense, even if they're not intending to. That's just sort of, if they're in the hate to say it, if they're in the ecosystem long enough of that world, they're going to try to do something if given the opportunity. So how that plays in to this synthetic CSAM is what I would call it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to know. I think it's just going to be really just a blend of all this. We're going to see it in cases, and it's just going to be like it always. It's always a fire drill. So.
Thank you. And I will open the questions to another floor.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I'm on the graduate program in criminal justice here at Boston University, and I just had a question. So you talked today about cases of sextortion and also mentioned about this new AI capabilities. And so I thought, do you think that there's a chance, the probability that somebody could use that AI capability with an image of a real child, not AI generated image, but the actual picture of a real child, create synthetic CSAM and use that synthetic CSAM for the purposes of sextortion?
I do. And the question is, how do we detect that, right? A lot of the detection we do now is hash based. Microsoft has photo DNA. There are methods to detect a photo that's been modified as well. But how are we going to detect? So you have new content, CSAM content from a real child, but it's a virtual content. How are we going to be able to detect that? I think technology will help, but I definitely agree with that. I've heard there is a AI generated, I don't know the site, but basically you can create it's for telemarketers. If you're tired of, there's an AI generator, it'll generate a form automatically and send it out, notifying it's basically a stop contacting me type of form, but AI will do that automatically and basically generate a ton of these automatically for you and send it out correspondence and tell the where you're getting spam from, like, hey, stop, or you're violating the canned spam app, I'm going to sue you. So I do think that there will be misuse of this to be able to do that, to take a real child from Facebook and convert it into or a picture stolen from an open account on Facebook and create some sort of deep fake. We're seeing that now actually already in those last couple of slides that's happened where a deep fake is being used.
I see, sir. Thank you. And then do you think that victim would still be able to report crime in the same way, even if it's like synthetically generated, but like still?
I think so. Even if it was a real face being used, we've seen this doctored photos, photoshopped, if you will, already in cases. If it's a real person, I think they're always going to be able to report it to the platform or to NCMEC.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to open for the one more questions. Is there anyone have a questions?
Thank you very much. So I guess one question that I had was more about, as we see our digital footprint expanding more and more and more, are you seeing, as we did kind of in old, war times, where instead of doing things online, that people are getting more localized and doing things in person to avoid creating that digital footprint? Does that make things more challenging for you? Is that an actual trend, or is the access to more technology and anonymity increasing their digital footprint, even if it's anonymized?
So it's interesting. We've seen with prior federal offenders that are on probation where they're doing sort of Cold War dead drops with thumb drives to avoid detection. So in certain circumstances, yes. How this generation that's coming up now, how they're going to, with all these apps now, I'm not sure. But we have seen sort of a pushback to somebody's already been arrested, they've served federal time, they're on probation. To avoid it, they hand off thumb drives to other offenders that they know to circumvent, sending email or posting it on a Dropbox or what have you. I think Leo had a question. Gotta let Leo have a question.
Yeah, thank you. The show. Thank you. Appreciate it. I do actually have a question about just previous operations that was conducted, such as like Operation Trojan Shield or like Greenlight, how they use honeypots for like ANOM devices. Is there any similarly any other operations that could be possible for any messaging platforms rather than devices?
I think there could be. There's some technology limitations because of the way the apps work, but that's a lot of these NGOs are working to help us bridge that divide where we'll be able to get into a group, and there's some counterterrorism issues here too. Telegram's being used, war footage from the Ukraine, disinformation. There's a lot of these apps are being used for a multitude of things, not just CSAM, obviously, but certainly there is potential there to get into a group. I mean, one of the things that, a tactic now is to take over an account. You arrest somebody, they may have an account on XYZ application. Can you mine that account from forensics of their phone or device and identify these other users they're talking to? So it is a possibility, but with these end-to-end encrypted apps, there is some limitations with what we can do without technology.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Last question.
Sure.
Yeah, since you were talking about the Supreme Court, like strike down the virtual. Since you mentioned about the Supreme Court strike down the virtual child pornography, so I'm wondering, is that this rule is overwhelming that all cases, like for example, like it is state cases, then is there any like statute that can, because we should follow the Supreme Court ruling, then is there any other statute can protect this kind of cases?
So there would be potentially state legislation, but it would probably be challenged because of that. So that Supreme Court ruling overrules everything, state, local. That is for virtual child pornography right now. The child sex doll, there are several states though that have adopted child sex doll legislation where that'll probably be challenged at some point. we've seen cases, I'm sure Suffolk has had some offenders where these dolls are shipped from overseas. They're very lifelike. States are proactively banning them. But again, it's not real. So I think those will be challenged. And I don't know how that'll come out. But but in terms of your first one, yeah, that Supreme Court decision does currently, until there's new legislation based on this, which will probably happen somewhere down the line, I'm imagining. We'll see. I don't know. I'm fearful. If you look at some of the AI generated content on YouTube, these ads, and I don't think it's that far in the future where you could have a completely synthetic child sexual abuse material that's produced. Unfortunately, maybe even using faces of real. I don't know. I think we're really on a precipice here that's not good. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And I would like to close the door, and I would like to thank the Special Agent Bradstreet. Sorry.
Close enough.
Thank you very much, Bradstreet, to incorporate the technology and how that technology is actually helping us to investigate, helping us to prosecute and investigate and prevent online child exploitation and the victimization. And I will pass the mics to our MC, Chris Kaiser.
Great. Thank you to Dr. Lee and Mr. Bradstreet for sharing your expertise and comments from a federal perspective on the issues of threats against our youth pertaining to online child exploitation and victimization. We sure learned a lot during that, and thank you for all the hard work that you're all doing. We're going to roll into our lunch break now. As we go to our lunch break, we're going to play a video introducing our teams who competed for our White Hat competition for cybercrime investigation. I want to thank all the teams who entered this year. They're from around the world. They put a lot of time and effort into this, and it has become one of the most prestigious awards you can win to do cybercrime investigation for students. So congratulations to all. We will play the video into the lunch break and return promptly at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks very much for being here this morning. We look forward to seeing you back here at 1 o'clock. I would ask that we roll the video and introduce our teams. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda. I'm a lawyer. I specialize in computer law and postgraduate in cybersecurity and computer crime. I work in the area of public defense in the province of Buenos Aires. I also work in the National Directorate of Cybersecurity of the Argentine Republic. Together with my colleagues, I'm part of La Ciber Escaloneta, and I hope that this activity will be a good learning opportunity.
Hello, my name is Natalia Diego. I am detective in the Cybercrime Bureau in Córdoba, Argentina. For many years, I have participated in different investigations related to online victim identification. It's an honor to be part of this very important event together with my colleagues. I am a member of the La Ciberneta team. We'll see you online.
My name is Emiliano Zárate and I am a digital forensic investigator. I work in the incident response team in the cybersecurity area and at part-time as a professor at the Universidad del Siglo XXI. I participate with the Cyberneta team in the Capture the Flag challenges.
Hello everyone, my name is Velasco. I'm a forensics expert at Polícia Civil do Distrito Federal. I've been working for almost 4 years now with digital evidences, and I'm really looking forward to joining Brazil's team in this year's White Hat Conference. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gelson Alexandrino. I'm Chief of Police and work at the Cyber Lab of Ministry of Justice and Public Security. I'm a member of the Brazilian team, and it's an honor to participate in this White Hat Conference.
Hi, my name is Robert, member of Brazilian team. I am happy to participate in White Hat Conference.
Hi, my name is Veronica Donaire. I am computer engineer with a specialty ethical hacking and cybersecurity.
Hello, my name is Vladimir Kalsina. I am computer science and studied in the Mayor of San Andres University. I worked as a developer for 15 years and I have some specialties in security information to protect the most important value of the companies, the data. I like to learn and share about my experience and knowledge. I am happy to participate in this important event and thank you.
Hi, I am Oscar Alarcón. I'm proud to introduce the Bolivian team for this White Hat conference. I'm a former police officer and CEO of my own cyber defense company.
Hi everyone, I'm Santiago Gomez.
Hi, my name is Jessica Bilbao.
Hi, my name is Alejandro Monsalve.
I've been interested on cybersecurity since I started a course at my university, and this is most specifically in ethical hacking and defense techniques, and these are the things that I like the most about this matter. This is because I think in companies, I think it's very important to provide and guarantee good quality and confidence of their services.
I am currently studying systems engineering at the university, and I am taking a course on cybersecurity. So I am just starting to learn about this topic, and yet I am already fascinated with the subject and the importance it has in our digital world. As I learn more about cybersecurity, I am becoming more aware of the potential risk and dangers involved with technology. So I am really interested in learning more about cybersecurity.
I'm very passionate about cybersecurity and I was learning by myself from years ago. This is like experience and I want to learn the most and I want to become a great pen tester or SOC analyst. Thank you so much.
We are CyberOls team, and we are excited to participate in this big competence at 2023 White Hat Conference.
Hello, my name is Jair Daniel Tortua. I am 20 years old. I am studying system engineering at the University of Medellin. My favorite topics about cybersecurity is digital forensic and implementation attacks.
Hello, my name is David Medina Orozco. I am 21 years old. I am studying system engineer on Universidad de Medellin. My favorite topic of cybersecurity is cloud security.
Hello, my name is Santiago Ferrer Encapié. I'm 21 years old. My favorite topics about cybersecurity are implementation attacks and cloud security. And I study system engineering.
Hi everyone, I am Nicolas Ramirez. I work as a support coordinator of ESET Colombia. I am very excited to participate in this CTF. And finally, I am a member to Road for Everyone team. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Andres Camilo Guerrero Sanchez and I am currently working for Frontex ESET Colombia. I am system engineer and I am part of the Road for Everyone team. I hope to learn new things in the CTF challenge. See you soon. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Atena Perez. I'm from Bogota, Colombia. I joined to the CTF with the hope to learn about everything that I can from this experience. Also, I've been here for a lot of events, so since my experience, I know that I can learn about different topics that you usually can find in different CTFs, and that's an important experience for your curriculum, and also can show you how to improve your skills in different areas. So I hope that you enjoy the CTF, and thank you.
Hi guys, this is Jorge, aka Silicon.
I am cybersecurity expert, ethical hacker, and penetration tester. I would like to let you know that I want to participate in this competition because I want to be part of the White Hat team.
Hello, I'm Carlos Segura. I am a software engineer and I am interested on cybersecurity. Since 2019, I've been learning about privacy, data protection, and cryptography. I want to assist to White Hat Conference 2023.
Hi, my name is Jose Antonio. I graduated as a translator and interpreter, and it would be an honor to work with the Mexican team in the 2023 White Hat Conference to prevent crimes against children in cyberspace.
Hello everyone, I am Michelle and I am computer engineering. I am currently studying a master's degree in security engineering and information technology from National Polytechnic Institute. I am very happy to participate in this event. See you there.
Hi everybody, my name is Alejandro. I'm glad to be with you in this ETF event. I am passionate about computer forensics and information technology security. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Diana. I am PhD student and cybersecurity consultant. This is the Mexican team called Morse Code, and we are really excited in this Capture the Flag. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Walter Guaman. I'm a risk manager in a bank. I'm very expectant by the participation in the conference of White Hat. See you soon. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Johan Guapaya Guerra. I'm from Peru. I study the degree in computer systems engineering and the technical degree in network and communication. I currently work in the telecommunications industry as a cybersecurity specialist.
Hi everyone, I am Luis Leon Garcia. I studied technical degree in system and networks. I am currently working in a bank as an information security analyst.
Hi, we are from the lead team. We are from Peru. My name is Victor Morillo. I am system engineer. I am dedicated to cybersecurity. I am happy to participate in the event White Hat. Thanks.
I'm Saul Sanchez from the lead team. I am a network and communication engineer. I am analyst at the National Center for Health Security in Peru, and I'm very happy to participate in the White Hat conference and ready for this new challenge.
Hi, my name is Henry Valero. I am a computer engineer with solid knowledge in cybersecurity and ethical hacking. I'm so interested to learn about forensic investigation processes. I'm really excited to be part of this competition. See you soon!
Hello everyone, my name is Jimena Vizcano. I'm a system engineer and currently I work as a cybersecurity consultant. I've dedicated my career to helping citizens, public and private organizations to protect their digital assets from cyber threats. I have experience in information security, cybersecurity automation, ethical hacking, machine learning, and cyber intelligence. I'm very excited to be a part of a team of passionate women who are equally committed are making a difference in the cybersecurity industry.
I am system background in cybersecurity. Over the past few years, I have worked on developing cybersecurity solutions for businesses. In this competition, I am a member of Jihad groups. I hope to use my experience and knowledge to solve all the change and work collaboratively with my team to find creative and effective solutions.
Hi, my name is Luz Aguilar, and I'd like to be here with you today. I work as system engineer with focus on cybersecurity. In my day-to-day work, I help protect our system and data from cyber threats. I am trying to be part of this event to share my knowledge and learn from others. I am member of Jihad's group for this competition. See you later.
Hi friends, my name is Shirley Lopez. I am systems engineer with more than 10 years of experience in the administration of data center in different technology platforms, project management, information security, and cybersecurity. I am cybersecurity consultant in a company in Lima, Peru. I am very happy to belong to the Cyber Defenders team. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very important conference. See you soon.
Hello friend, my name is Catalina Roman. I am system engineer. I am cybersecurity consulting in Lima, Peru. I am very happy to belong to the Cyber Defender team at the White Hat International Conference. See you soon.
Hi friends, my name is Jose Luis Chuviare. I am from Peru and I am assistant engineer and I am studying a master degree in cybersecurity. I am very happy to participate in this conference. See you soon.
Hello, I'm Roberto Combarros. I have a law degree from the University of León, Spain, and I'm currently studying a master in cybersecurity and digital environment, also here in León. I would love to join my teammates in the White Hat competition to put into practice everything I have been learning about cybersecurity and cybercrime in the past few months. I send you the best regards and hope to see you soon.
How are you? I'm Daniel Blanco. I have a degree in business administration and a law degree too. I also have a master's degree that enables me to practice law in my country, which is Spain. I'm currently studying for the European Masters in Law, Data and Artificial Intelligence at Dublin City University. The reason why I would like to participate in the White Hat Conference 2023 is because I'm fascinated by the world of cybercrime. In the master's degree that I'm studying, we treat this content only in a theoretical way, and I would like to put it into practice, of course, with the fantastic help of my team. See you soon.
Hi everybody, my name is Harrison Vélez. I am from Colombia. At the moment I am studying system engineer in the Universidad de Medellín, the 9th semester. The last year I have the opportunity to participate in the competition White Hat. My team and me placed in the top 10 in the worldwide. And this year I have the opportunity to participate in the same competition with a team from Spain. I am very happy to help with my knowledge to win. See you later.
Hello, I'm Dong-Hyun Kim and I'm participating in the White Hat Cybercrime Investigation Competition. I am studying digital forensics along with cybersecurity at Aju University in South Korea. Also, I studied digital forensics in depth on an educational program called Best of the Best. I look forward to with good grades this competition. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hyejin Koo from Korea. My major was information security and digital forensics. I'm glad to participate in this cybercrime investigation competition. Unlike other wider competition, this competition feels unique in that it has a lot prior stage. I hope it will be a helpful and great experience for my team members. Thank you.
Hello, it's an honor to be part of 2023 International White Hat Conference. My name is Eung-Chang Lee, and I'm a student at the Department of Cybersecurity at Aju University. in South Korea. I have lots of interest in digital forensic and incident response and cybercrime and legal knowledge. So this participation is meaningful for me to cultivate legal tech mind and digital forensic analysis. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Rachel Cullity and I am a graduate student at Bridgewater State University studying criminal justice with a graduate certificate in cybersecurity and cybercriminology. I graduate this upcoming May and plan to continue my studies to get a PhD in criminal justice with a specialization in cybersecurity. I'm really excited for this competition. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Pacheco. I am a graduate student at Bridgewater State University studying criminal justice and a certification in cybersecurity. I am very excited for this competition. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Hargadon. I am a graduate student at Bridgewater State University, currently studying criminal justice and getting a certification in cybersecurity. And I'm looking forward to this competition, seeing what I can learn.
Hello, my name is Matthew Robinson, and I am a graduate student at Boston University in the Criminal Justice Program, with a concentration in cybercrime investigations and cybersecurity. I am very much looking forward to collaborating and working with my team in the 2023 International White Hat Conference.
Hi, my name is Michael Ross. I'm a grad student at Boston University in the Criminal Justice Program, with a concentration in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. I'm currently a full-time student at BU. However, in the future, I hope to work within the government to combat cybercrime in the United States and abroad.
Hello, my name is Jessica Saravia. I'm currently a full-time student at Boston University, obtaining my master's in criminal justice, cybercrime investigations with a concentration in cybersecurity. I'm looking towards the 2023 White Hat Conference.
Hello, my name is Frank Magistro. I'm a sophomore here at the University of Scranton. I'm a cybercrime and homeland security major, and I'm a member of Team Cyber Royals, and my favorite color is blue.
Hi, my name is Jessica Somo. I'm a first-year student at the University of Scranton. I am currently studying cybercrime and homeland security, and I competed with the team, the Cyber Royals. My favorite color is red.
Hi, I'm John McMonagle. I'm a sophomore at the University of Scranton. I'm part of the Cyber Royals. I'm a Homeland Security and Cybercrime major, as well as a Philosophy double major with a Legal Studies concentration, and my favorite color is forest green.
Hi, my name is Bradley Roush. I'm currently a junior here at the University of Scranton. I am majoring in cybercrime and homeland security, and I'm on the Cyber Wolves team. My favorite color is aquamarine.
Hi, my name is Amelia Toby. I'm a sophomore at the University of Scranton. I have a major in criminal justice. I'm a part of the Cyber Wolves team. Fun fact is my favorite color is light purple.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kupo. I am a sophomore cybercrime and criminal justice double major from the University of Scranton, and I'm on the Royal Cyber Wolves. Fun fact about me is that my favorite color is red.
Hi, my name is Mario and I represent the National University of Public Service from Budapest, Hungary. Here I studied a master's in cybersecurity. My hobbies are capture the flag competitions, and I currently work as a technology risk officer. With my team, we won the previous 2 competitions, and we are very proud to represent Hungary and the university again.
Hello, my name is Rebecca and I currently work as a penetration tester. Also, I'm a PhD student conducting a research in the field of ethical hacking. One of my favorite topics is OSINT, wireless penetration testing, and cybersecurity in space. This is not just my job, but also cybersecurity is my hobby, and I love to spend my free time participating in competitions and researching on different topics.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm a first-year cybersecurity student at the University of Public Service, and besides my university studies, I currently work as a junior cybersecurity analyst, so I'm mainly focused on open source intelligence and cyber threat intelligence, but I do have a huge interest in ethical hacking, computer forensics, and mobile forensics. So I think this pretty much explains why am I participating in this competition. So wish me luck, and here goes nothing.
Good afternoon. For those who joined us this morning for our sessions, welcome back. And for the folks just signing in now, welcome. We had a great morning, some fantastic speakers, and lots of good questions. There'll be 3 sessions this afternoon. Session 1 is Challenges and Best Practices in Online Child Sexual Abuse Cases, hosted by a global law enforcement expert panel. Dr. Kathy Markham will be our moderator discussant. Our guests will be Mr. Fabio Bruno and Dr. Jan Ellerman. Our second session will focus on technical investigation training. Moderator discussant for this session will be Dr. Sinchel Bach. Dr. Bach's guests are Mr. Nick Stiegmans and Mr. Justin Gramajo. After our mid-afternoon break, our third session is entitled Combating Online Child Exploitations, Legal Perspectives and Strategies. This session's moderator discussant is Ashley Pullen and her guest, Dr. Ilya Kolachenko. In closing today's agenda, we will get to meet the top 3 teams who will compete for the top 3 positions for the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference Cybercrime Investigation Competition. So without further ado, let's get underway. For our first session this afternoon, Mr. Fabio Bruno discussing Interpol's involvement in digital forensics labs, and Dr. Jan Ellerman will address challenges and best practices in online child sexual abuse cases. Dr. Kathy Markham will be the moderator discussant for her invited guests. Mr. Bruno is the head of Interpol Digital Forensics Laboratory Innovation Center, and Dr. Jan Ellerman is a senior specialist with Interpol. Dr. Markham is the chair of the Department of Government and Justice at Appalachian State University. Her areas of expertise include cyber victimization and offending, as well as correctional issues and sexual victimization. She's published over 60 peer-reviewed journal articles and 20 books in her field. She is past chair of the ASC Division of Cybercrime and will become editor of the Journal of Criminal Justice Education. She's an active volunteer for the Girl Scouts of America, Arden Park School, and other community organizations. She holds 3 criminal justice degrees, a PhD from Indiana University at Pennsylvania, an MS from Marshall University, and a BS from West Virginia State University. With that, the floor is yours, Dr. Markham.
Thank you, Chris. It's great to be here. I'm so glad to welcome all of you to our session this afternoon. I'm very excited to introduce our special guest. So our first speaker today, as Chris mentioned, is Mr. Fabio Bruno. He is the head of the Digital Forensics Laboratory at the Innovation Center in Singapore, seconded by the Italian State Police since February 2020. He joined the Italian police in 1999 as cybercrime investigator and digital forensics analyst. He has a diploma in computer sciences and a master's degree in political science. I'd like to ask all of our audience members to hold your questions until the end after Dr. Ellerman speaks, and you can feel free to offer any questions to Mr. Bruno or Dr. Ellerman, and we will go from there. So, Mr. Bruno, I will give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Markham. So good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm honored to deliver a presentation on behalf of Interpol. Let me share my slides. Okay, so. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for sharing the slides. It's fine for me. Okay, so I have to stop here. Okay, so anyway, I was saying I'm very honored to deliver this presentation on behalf of the Interpol Digital Forensics Lab. Next slide, please. So as Interpol, sorry, just one moment, because I have something in my screen that does not allow me to. Okay, thank you. So, as I was saying, Interpol is an international organization that has its mission is to enable police around the world to work together to prevent and fight crime. We offer police a high-tech international infrastructure of technical and operational support to meet the growing challenges of fighting emerging types of crime. The network of Interpol is made of 195 member countries. So the aim is to allow all of them to work together, and in order to we try to make our world a safer place. And specifically, the Digital Forensics Lab mission is to deliver targeted training, expert investigative support, and global networks offered by Interpol to help police on the ground to coordinate their efforts to make the world a safer place through digital forensics expert knowledge exchange. Of course, what I will discuss later, it's pertains to several kind of crimes, but specifically digital forensics is something that child abuse, it can help with child abuse cases. So if in the next slide, please. Again, next one. So the point is that, as you could realize, almost every crime has digital footprint. Recent statistics show that almost 97% of crimes have a digital footprint. This means that if you can think of a crime, whatever it is, it's very difficult to imagine that it doesn't involve some kind of digital device, for example, a smartphone or a computer, or even a car can be equipped with some digital devices. So this is why digital forensics and the digital forensic lab is very important for criminal investigations. And in next slide, please. So the issue and the challenges are that actually digital forensics has to cope to a continuously evolving digital landscape. That means that sometimes our criminals are a step ahead of us because they are faster and more agile on exploiting and using new technologies, while usually digital forensics has to adapt and to study and to follow what the criminals are using. So the challenge is trying to cope with this evolution and the speed and the pace at which it is evolving. Next slide, please. So how can we help? How Interpol and specifically Digital Forensics Lab can help? Within Interpol, there are several directorates. The directorate where the Digital Forensic Lab is located is the Innovation Center that is in Singapore. And indeed, I'm located in Singapore. So together with our member countries and through meetings and through regional global advisory groups, we try to help and developing with operational response, operational analysis, digital forensic support that can be usually it comes from requests come from our member countries. So we try to bring all together our experts in order to find a solution for their problem. Next slide, please. The Digital Forensics Lab in Singapore, so the Interpol Digital Forensics Lab, does not deal only with the traditional mobile and computer forensics, but recently we are dealing with car forensics. Indeed, we are organizing a meeting in Italy for the first week of November, where we try to work with law enforcement and analyze all of the digital equipment are installed in a car because they can provide a lot of helpful information for the investigations. We have a drone expert group, and a digital forensics expert group. In August, there will be the next digital forensics expert group meeting in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. All of them, so we can summarize with, we have also some new area of interest, for example, the metaverse. Later we will see more about it, and 3D scanning. Next slide, please. We also produce some guidelines and documents that are the aim is to help law enforcement agencies to develop and to maintain. For example, in 2019 we prepared this Interpol Global Guidelines for Digital Forensics Laboratories together with the Council of Europe and Cybersecurity Malaysia. Through this document enables member country labs to gain an understanding of the basic requirements for a digital forensics lab. All of these documents that I'm introducing are available and downloadable through internet. You can search in a search engine by their title, and you will find the link to download them. The next one, please. We also prepared framework for responding to a drone incident for first responders and digital forensics practitioner in 2020. Together, Interpol and 10 member countries worked together for developing these guidelines. It's published in English, Spanish, French, and Arabic. Next slide, please. We also, this is one of the most recent. It has been published in 2021 during COVID times. It was not that easy to work on this document during this period. But anyway, they are good guidelines for digital forensics first responders, because sometimes, for example, in case of child abuses, the first responders are not technically prepared to deal with digital evidence. So we tried through these guidelines to show them the essential and how to avoid some common mistakes when they find some specific devices, how to deal with a computer if it is found on or off, in order to preserve and avoid to compromise the evidence, the evidence indeed. Next slide, please. Recently, we also had an exercise in Oslo, in Norway, where in our operational airports, we test some how to react to a drone incursion in a sensitive area. And next slide, please. Indeed, we work together with the Qatari police during the World Cup in order to prevent this kind of incident during indeed the football match. Next slide. Next one, please. And also, we are. This is something that maybe is more of interest for the topic of this conference, because as you can imagine, metaverse could be used for many different kind of crimes, but there are also some risks for minors. There are some. It can be used for child abuse images. And next slide, please. For this reason, Interpol prepared a metaverse investigations and forensics expert group. If someone is interested in joining this group, please don't hesitate to contact me, or because if you are interested, you can join the group. And the next slide, please. Example of a metacrime that can be committed within the metaverse. for example, theft of or manipulation of electronic property or virtual facilitations of real-world crimes, financial crimes, or crimes committed for financial gain, facilitation of crimes depicting non-consensual sexual content, or participation of minors. And this is, I think, of interest of you during this the conference. And also they could impersonate or conspire or disrupt virtual entity or organization. They could harass other people because even if it is a virtual environment, the other side of the screen there is a person that has a can be sensitive to some behavior of other persons, and this could lead to psychological damages. So that's why this is important also to be that law enforcement have a presence inside the metaverse. Next slide, please. So the devices involved with metaverse, of course, are VR headsets, can be servers, blockchain, NFC, service providers. So that's why it's important that first responders, law enforcement, digital forensic specialists, and prosecutors and the other members of judicial system are aware and trained in order to cope with this new challenge. Next slide, please. Of course, we are working also on artificial intelligence because it's nowadays is widely used also for digital forensics purposes. You can find a lot of artificial intelligence within the digital forensics tools. So this is something that we are also exploring and preparing documents also on these topics. Next slide, please. This is in this example, there is a puzzle where we mentioned drones, but it's not just about drones. Everyone is a piece of the puzzle. That means that Interpol, other international organizations, law enforcement, digital forensics expert, cybercrime investigator, they should work together and try to deal together with challenges and to solve problems. This is what Interpol is trying to do. Next slide. And just to thank you everyone for following this presentation. If you have any questions, the moderator will tell you, will moderate the session of question and answers. So thank you very much again. Here is very late, it's 1 a.m. So sorry if I have not been clear in some points. I hope anyway that the presentation has been helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. That was extremely interesting. And as I said, if you could hold your questions till the end, I'm very pleased to present our second speaker for this section, which is Dr. Jan Ellerman. Dr. Ellerman works as a senior specialist in Europol's data protection function and provides operational data protection against related guidance or the organization. He holds a doctoral degree in law and has published various articles on data protection and information security related topics. Jan is a certified data protection auditor and has obtained a Master of Science degree in forensic computing and cybercrime investigation at the University College in Dublin. Dr. Ellerman, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Markham. And from The Hague, I may say good evening to everyone. I'm very happy to be part of the Whitehead conference here, so that's a big honor, and I'm looking forward to the debate. As was said already, I'm working as senior specialist in Europol's data protection function. So my role is basically to advise the operational colleagues on any issues which have a link to data protection. And as you can imagine, these kind of issues also arise when we talk about challenges and best practices in online child sexual abuse cases. So Europol, as many of you will know, is the European law enforcement agency. So in the old days, we were often confused with Interpol, but now that Fabio and me both are here, basically the risk of confusion gets significantly lower. So our focus as Europol is to support EU member states in the fight against serious crime and terrorism, but that doesn't mean that we would be limited to only collaborating with EU member states. So via our friends and partners at Interpol, we can reach out also globally if that is necessary. And we have cooperation agreements here with a number of third countries. Certainly our focus is EU based, as the name already indicates. Let me see if I can control my slides. How do I do that? Let me check this. Slide here. It's easy, in fact. So, talking about child abuse, there are various ways, of course, to fight that crime phenomenon. And one of these initiatives is Stop Child Abuse, Trace an Object. So if you browse to Europol's public website, you will find the Trace an Object initiative here. And the idea is really to leverage the power of the crowd. So to use all of you out there in order to support us and assist us in solving these very serious crimes. And as you can see on the slide, the hint might be a paper box or a glass or something, some piece of clothing, which might give us the hint if you can say, well, this kind of box, paper, tissue box, I saw in a supermarket chain in the Netherlands or in Germany when I made my holidays there, spend my holidays there. This may already be, let's say, the hint which brings our investigators within the European Cybercrime Center in the analysis project, which is called TWINS, the decisive step forward. So some of you may wonder now, okay, but what does all of this have to do with data protection? Well, there is, of course, a data protection challenge in this as well, because when we set up this website, there was a concern that if we show pictures, there might be personal data somewhere in there. When we talk about child sexual abuse, of course, in any case, we always have to do our best to prevent re-victimization. This is why on none of these pictures you're going to see any victims of child sexual abuse, but the pictures are basically excerpts of what we need or where we hope to get some hints, and no personal data is involved. And all of this is for the reason that legally, our data protection legal framework does not foresee that we would share personal data of criminals or victims with the public. So here's one tiny little implication which gives you an idea about my daily work. But law enforcement, and that is an important message here, which is close to my heart, is nowadays not just about going after the criminals, but there's also quite some emphasis on crime prevention. And if you want, to my opinion, crime prevention is one of the best data protection safeguards ever, because if we would be 100% successful in preventing serious crime, we wouldn't need to process any personal data of any criminals, so there would be no data protection issues. So that's the logic behind it. And I was personally involved maybe 2-3 months ago in the so-called EU Youth Day. And at Europol, the Youth Day meant that we invited kids from the European school in The Hague from a certain age group, and we raised awareness on risks which are out there in cyberspace, so such as risks of grooming. But not only did we present to them, but we also listened to their experience and their concerns, because there's certain research out there which suggests that a large amount of juveniles, basically, for instance, is voluntarily exchanging nudes and at some point of their development, basically, which for them feels pretty normal. And then I think we don't succeed if we say that's dangerous and don't do that, but we have to carefully listen and raise awareness on the risks and the problems, the trouble you might get into later on when these nudes are then circulated around at school and being used to blackmail you. The other thing you see here on the slide is an initiative, Say No, which basically also raises awareness on risks of grooming. So with this initiative, we show how kids are often lured into believing that online they talk to someone from the same age group, while in reality there are organized crime groups out there basically which have the sole purpose and aim of luring vulnerable kids into exposing themselves, maybe sharing nudes and the like, and then later on you can already imagine the next step is basically an act of extortion to say, well, there are two possibilities here. Either you pay me this and that amount of bitcoins, or otherwise this photo will find its way to all your buddies because we know from your Facebook account who your friends are, and so on and so forth. So all of that also has a data protection component, and in this context here, it's like raising awareness on what can happen to you in cyberspace. The next slide is something where I put a warning on it, because the next slide is pretty explicit. And when I use it, sometimes I'm accused of using scare tactics. On the other hand, I am really convinced that with law enforcement, we have a problem here because we don't really actively participate in the privacy and data protection related debate, but for reasons of operational security, as well as for reasons of preventing re-victimization, we cannot, and certainly often don't want to talk about and show what it really is we are going after. But on the other hand, that then creates the impression whenever the debate around how to strike the right balance between freedom and security gets tricky, law enforcement either pulls the child sexual abuse card or the terrorism card. And that is something which I have trouble with, because I see my operational colleagues working with this kind of material on a daily basis. And I approached them and I said, we have to somehow get the message out there that we are not interested in every Harry and Sally's private life, but we need to find a way to show what it really is that keeps us going. And that the operational colleagues then from Twins shared the following slide with me and said, well, this is not a picture, but it shows you really what is motivating us and what is driving us, because we want to get these kind of individuals behind bars. So I probably best stop talking and just give you a few seconds to read through that. And then based on that, I'm going to expand a bit further. So I guess you're through this, or maybe you just gave up because you said that's enough. I don't need to read anymore, but this is a real entry from a pedophile forum. A mother, not only sexually but also psychologically abusing her own child. You can see that basically nobody even seems to be aware of the existence of that child. And our colleagues basically have tried their best to solve this case. This is an unsolved case. And sorry to tell you that we have indications basically that this girl is no longer alive, simply because there was later footage where experts say, well, this is realistically, you don't survive that kind of treatment. So, but that, I think this is painful reading that. And well, I sent you a warning slide up front, so you could turn your head, but I ask for your understanding that this is an example of what operational colleagues deal with more or less on a daily basis. And that is what is driving law enforcement in the fight against child sexual abuse. And that draws a link to a data protection debate again. And this data protection debate I frame here with The Walking Dead, because it's about data retention. And data retention might strike some of you, for sure those in the privacy and data protection bubble, as a zombie, because there are so many rulings of the European Court of Justice, which, according to the assessment, at least of some, always say, well, it's unlawful, it's non-compliant with fundamental rights. So law enforcement, when the heck do you finally understand that this is not the way to fight crime? So you cannot do it. However, this debate is kind of, well, not led in a very honest manner. And more importantly, I think the European Court of Justice, if you take a closer look at the relevant rulings, has provided for some interesting openings to the rule, which is general and indiscriminate data retention is unlawful, is non-compliant with our fundamental rights, in particular the right to data protection. But there are, if you closely study the rulings, there are a number of very interesting openings. So for instance, the European Court of Justice also says, if there's a threat to national security, general and indiscriminate retention of personal data is or can be compliant with fundamental rights, provided it is strictly limited in time to what is necessary. Also for IP addresses, the European Court of Justice made clear that a general and indiscriminate retention of IP addresses in order to solve serious crime is lawful, provided it is limited strictly to what is necessary, again, as far as the data retention period is concerned, I mean. Then you have openings which say data relating to civil identity of users is in any case possible and interestingly not limited in time. And then you have the quick freeze, which many of you may have heard about. So quick freeze means the European Court of Justice said, well, what is also lawful is once you have suspicion that there's a perpetrator, you, of course, can lawfully request communication service providers to retain those data in order to pursue your investigation. That is quite evident that this is constitutional, doesn't violate fundamental rights, to my opinion. The issue is more a practical issue that usually, and Fabio can probably then later expand on that because he's much more knowledgeable. But on many occasions, law enforcement investigations simply take quite a bit of time. So you might need weeks, maybe even some months, in order to identify those IP addresses, which you can directly link to ongoing child sexual abuse. And by that time, if you then go to the service provider and say, quick freeze, I want to get hold of this individual, the telecommunication provider is likely to tell you, well, we would love to help you, but we can't because the data is no longer there. So that's a bit the problem with the so-called quick freeze. It simply doesn't work in practice. I think I'm gonna leave it to that for now, because I also want to grant you guys enough time for any questions you may have. What you see on the slide right now is a Europol headquarters and the Europol Data Protection Experts Network logo. So if you like these kind of talks, and if you would like to engage in the debate, I would warmly invite you to drop me an email in order to become a member of Europol's Data Protection Experts Network. You may also want to join our upcoming conference in Madrid, which is going to take place on 18th and 19th of September. So I've heard that Madrid is the most wonderful place at that time of the year. Ready to receive any questions you may have, and thank you very much for your time for now.
Thank you, Dr. Ellerman. That was fantastic. Thank you both for your talks. And I'm going to encourage the audience now to go ahead and start submitting your questions, and we will moderate those. But I'm going to open with one to start off with. And this is directed to both of you. And I guess we could go with Mr. Bruno off answering it first. So we have a lot of young scholars in the audience. We have a lot of graduate students in the audience, individuals who are thinking about their careers. And we know that working for Interpol and Europol is one of those, top ideal careers that people really want to reach for. Based on your own educational and professional experiences, what would you recommend to individuals who are, aiming for working for your agencies and doing similar things as you do?
Okay, in the specific case of in my specific case, I have a diploma in computer science. Later, I studied political sciences. But I think the most important thing is the experience that you can develop on working on real cases. So I would say that my career started in the Italian State Police as a cybercrime investigator because of my diploma, and my experience on real cases allowed me to reach a level of knowledge that was suitable for the position that was requested in Singapore as digital forensics analyst. So once I applied to this position, there was a selection, and I've been selected for this position. So I would say that it's diploma, master's degree, and experience are for sure three elements that cannot miss. But also there are some talents. I can see that some of my colleagues, especially the young ones, are very talented, and they are. I think they reach a level that I don't know. I would never be able to reach, but I think it's because they have passion. Also, passion is another element that you have to do this work. Otherwise, if you don't like it, you cannot do it.
Thank you, Dr. Ellerman.
Well, maybe also going back a bit in history. So my link to Europol was established when I started my PhD, because I compared Europol with the FBI. I'm from Germany. When I started back in 1999 or something, it was very popular for Europol. There were calls out there for Europol to develop into European FBI, and basically I said at that point, okay, if everybody is talking about it, maybe somebody should take a closer look. I did that, and if you take that closer look, you will discover that while we admire the FBI, of course, for all it can do, and till this day, one of the most powerful law enforcement agencies on the planet, there are also some dark chapters in its history which you don't want to see repeated. So back in the days, basically, at some point, I contacted Europol and I said, well, look, guys, I'm doing this PhD, and there are two possibilities here. Either you allow me to come in and ask a lot of critical questions. If you have good answers, I'm happy to write them down, and maybe you have a more positive academic piece of research than you have until now. Option B, you say that's not possible, and then that will leave me with just putting and copying all that criticism simply because I don't know any better. Mm-hmm. So if you want, basically I was blackmailing Europol at the time, and with some success. So after a week or so, they got back to me and they said, well, we can talk about that and come in, and I got to go, subject to certain conditions, of course. So, but you asked what should the younger generation do? So my advice would certainly not be to blackmail Interpol or Europol. That might get you into serious trouble. For instance, we have internship programs which are really, really useful. So this is also how it then worked for me. So I became an intern, basically, one of, or the first maybe academic intern who was allowed to look behind the scenes. And yeah, as I explained to you, nowadays our internship programs are much more professional than they used to be. So you have vacancy notices, you have projects, so you can take a close look if there's anything which you find interesting and which you're eligible for, because certain internships, of course, are limited to law enforcement. Others are also for academic scholars and so on and so forth, including in Europol State Protection Function. So I'm running our internship program for a couple of years now. And I can say that this is really joy, because I get to work with a lot of young people who are very committed, who are very passionate, who bring in new ideas, let's say, and ultimately it's mutually beneficial, because of course, if you get a chance here to see how the machine really works, I think you take away some important knowledge and insights which hardly anybody else will have. But also we learn a lot, because we always get that fresh view and some innovative ideas from the younger people.
Thank you both. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the audience for their questions. And if your question is directed at Mr. Bruno or Dr. Ellerman, please indicate so, or to both. And while we're waiting on those questions, Mr. Bruno and Dr. Ellerman, I have asked for a request for you all to post your email addresses again on the screen, if you could, that we have a lot of audience who already want to get in touch with you. So that's fantastic. Okay, so first question, I think directed at both, is given the international nature of many of these crimes, does, Interpol, says Mr. Bruno, intervene ex officio directly, or does it follow the requirement of local police?
No, Interpol never starts any investigations itself, but usually it cooperates. The requests, they usually start from a member country that has a specific case that involves a suspect or a victim, or in another way, another country. So they start, they forward their request to us, and we start to cooperate and to work together with the other country involved. Sometimes we put them in communication each other. Other times we function as a kind of proxy between them. But for example, in the case of the digital forensics lab, a single member country can submit a request if they have a case that they cannot solve. For example, they find an encrypted device and they don't know how to decrypt it, or they have a locked smartphone, they don't know how to unlock it. So they can directly liaise with us, and we try to help. So we can move to the country on mission, so we can go there, or we can ask that law enforcement staff from that country to send the exhibits to Singapore, so that we can work together in our lab.
Okay, thank you. So our next question is from the room, and I am ready for the question, please.
Hi. Question is directed to Mr. Bruno. What are your efforts? Toward ghost gun civilization in Europe? Are you facing the same dilemmas that you're facing in the U.S., where there's no sterilization on the guns? And how are you tracking it from the 3D scanner?
I could not hear the question clearly.
Yes, Mr. Bruno, this is Will McClay. Hi, Mr. Bruno. My question is, how are you tracking ghost gun serialization in Europe? Are you facing the same dilemmas that you're facing in the U.S. without serial numbers on the guns? And how are you tracking them? You mentioned a 3D scanner and such at your forensics laboratory.
No, specifically by the forensics laboratory that we have in Singapore is on digital devices. So we don't make any forensics activities on fingerprints, for example, or GANs. So I could, if you are interested on the answer to this question, maybe you can write me an email, then I can provide or forward your request to my colleagues that are expert on this this field. I don't want to say something that is not on my knowledge, so it's better to that I put in contact, I create a contact directly with my colleagues that work on this kind of issues. Thank you for the question anyway.
Question too for Mr. Ellerman. In terms of Europol, you mentioned you're from Germany. Does the German Bundeswehr work heavily with Europol, the German army as such, with drones, surveillance and reconnaissance?
Sorry, your question was whether the German, can you repeat? It was.
Yeah, the German Bundeswehr.
Yeah.
In Germany, do you work heavily with them in Europe, with Europol, with the German FBI? And how do you integrate that with the new drone technology and surveillance?
Right. Yeah, thank you very much for the question. So Europol as such is about law enforcement collaboration. So we have a multi-agency approach. So you won't just find policemen here at Europol headquarters. You will also find customs, or in Italy, for instance, Guardia di Finanza, and so on and so forth. Military is yet another element. We are currently looking, indeed, last but not least, with a view to the Ukraine crisis and war of aggression by Russia against the Ukraine. We are also looking into possibilities to more closely collaborate between military forces and law enforcement forces. Also in the area of counterterrorism, let's say, that can be of interest because you have to deal a lot with battlefield information. But then once again, of course, that raises questions on ultimately data protection related questions on do we have a sound legal basis to collaborate with whom? Does the other entity have legal personality, and so on and so forth? So we don't have any collaboration with the German Bundeswehr, with the German military, but we do collaborate, for instance, with EU CSDP missions active in certain crisis regions of the world.
I was in Germany during the summer during the war to Ukraine, so I just saw more of a presence primarily in the airport and such when the climax of the war was going on.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the room? Okay, so let's turn it back to our virtual audience. Do we have any questions from them? I think they're getting ready to put it up on the screen. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Ellerman, so what are the requirements to apply and be selected for an internship with Europol?
Yeah, that's a good one. So it depends very much simply on the internship project. If you browse the website, you will find vacancy notices for internships, provided, of course, there are openings at the moment. And then it depends on the area where you work. So for instance, here within the data protection function, I can tell you that I'm interested in recruiting people who have a certain academic degree, ideally master's thesis, but maybe also a bachelor, and who can demonstrate, let's say, some prior knowledge in the area of privacy and fundamental rights. If there's somebody who even has a link to to law enforcement already in that particular context, of course, it's an added value. But then, of course, we are also conscious that internships always have to deliver a mutual benefit in the sense that interns are not meant here to replace a workforce, but internships are really meant to also educate and provide unique insights. And as I said earlier, then it's not only the intern, but automatically will also be us who benefit from that.
Well, thank you both so much. This time has gone by way too quick. I wish we could keep you forever, but I'm going to pass this back over to Chris and to move on to our next panel. But thank you both. We appreciate it.
Very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Markham, for moderating this session. The many challenges and best practices we need to be aware of regarding online child exploitation and sexual abuse. And thanks to Mr. Bruno and Dr. Ellerman for your contribution to this session. We're going to take a break, but before we go to our break, I wanted to share how our teams who are competing in the Cybercrime Investigating Challenge will be judged by our expert panel. Judging is broken down into three main categories. 70% of their points will be awarded as follows: 50% on the technical aspects of the team's work, such as digital forensics tools and other analytics that are used, and 20% will measure the quality of the reports and documents presented to the panel of judges. The remaining 30% is based on their performance during the upcoming mock trials. It'll be a very intense session for the presenters, but I know each of the team members are up to these challenges. It's always very interesting to watch how they make their presentation and the questions that our panel asks. We'll take a short 10-minute break, and we will reconvene promptly at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
In early January 2023, Special Agent CIC of the FBI's Cybercrime Division and his team identified an individual codenamed Mr. Evil Noodle as the suspected culprit behind a string of online child exploitation incidents. Allegations also connect Mr. Evil Noodle to the notorious state-sponsored hacking syndicate known as the Evil Lizards, a group suspected of creating and distributing child sexual abuse materials on the internet site called Mr. Evil Noodle's Dark Productions. The materials, traded illegally via cryptocurrency, have victimized tens of thousands of minors globally and have resulted in over $1 billion in illegal revenue. A particularly alarming case involved a 12-year-old girl, Curry Pie, from Brookline, Massachusetts. Following her abduction from a local playground, 2 child exploitation videos featuring a victim believed to be Curry Pie surfaced on the darknet. Additional videos involving 3 other children, previously reported missing, were also discovered on the same site. Special Agent CIC is tirelessly on the trail of the enigmatic Mr. Evil Noodle, meticulously tracking his every move through an intricate network of digital clues. Mr. Evil Noodle, a master of advanced hacking techniques and clever evasion strategies, skillfully avoids detection from both forensic scrutiny and legal authorities. The scope of illegal activities attributed to Mr. Evil Noodle and the Evil Lizards include cybersecurity breaches, production and distribution of online child exploitation materials, child sex trafficking, child molestation, illicit cryptocurrency transactions. Given these accusations, a federal arrest warrant has been issued against Mr. Evil Noodle for the following charges: suspected online child exploitation, suspected production of child sexual abuse materials, suspected conspiracy to commit online child sex trafficking, suspected illegal trade of child sexually abusive materials. As a representative of the federal government, your team is empowered to investigate these suspected law violations and act on the warrant issued under the United States authority. Your primary piece of evidence is a computer seized by the Department of Justice, believed to have been used in the alleged crimes. Along with this, you have an electronic list of potentially relevant U.S. penal codes to guide your investigation. You are granted access credentials to conduct a live analysis of the seized machine. The goal is to find sufficient evidence to validate the pursuit of charges against Mr. Evil Noodle for the aforementioned crimes. With this information and your investigative prowess, it is your mission to bring Mr. Evil Noodle to justice.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now move on to our second afternoon session for the day, the 2023 fourth Annual White Hat Conference, titled Technical Investigation Training. Our moderator discussant will be Dr. Sinchel Bach, whose guest will be Mr. Nick Stiegman, lead cryptocurrency investigator with CipherTrace, and Mr. Justin Gumajo, head manager, North American Cybersecurity, Maltego Technologies. Dr. Bach is an assistant professor and the director of cybercrime and cybersecurity in the Department of Sociology, Criminal Justice, and Criminology at the University of Scranton. Currently, he serves as a vice chair of the ASC Cybercrime Division. He's a board member at Boston University Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, and the editor of the International Journal of Cybersecurity Intelligence and Cybercrime. His research has been published in top criminal justice and information technology journals. He's co-authored a book on digital forensics and cyber investigation. Dr. Bach is a retired Marine captain who served as an instructor in counterterrorism tactics and counterintelligence operations in the Republic of Korea Marine Corps. Dr. Bach has also served as a special judge at the first White Hat Hackers Conference in Bogota, Colombia. He was a special lecturer for the Singapore National Police teaching cybercrime profiling training, cyber terrorism, and cyber intelligence analysis training. He earned his PhD in International Crime and Justice from Florida International University, received his MS in Criminal Justice from Bridgewater State University, and a BS in Leadership and minor in Political Science from Northwestern University. Dr. Bach, nice to see you again. Please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning across the globe. Welcome to this important topic. My name is Sinchel Bach. I'm assistant professor at the University of Scranton. Currently, as a cryptocurrency or cutting-edge technology use expand into practically every countries and sectors, so that criminals abuse to commit internet crime against children and launder the dirty money. In doing so, law enforcement and private sectors are working hard to stay ahead of those who abuse crypto asset and then some of the advanced technology to commit crime in the physical and cyberspace. In doing so, an important question is raised. For example, how private sectors could criminal justice system to fight against the child exploitation? I'm pretty sure that we can answer this question at the end of this session. Accordingly, we have two amazing panelists, Mr. Nick Stiegman and Justin Calamaggio. First, Nick Stiegman is currently working as a senior cryptocurrency investigator at the CipherTrace MasterCard company. His duty and responsibility including leading large-scale cryptocurrency investigation and collaboration with the domestic and international law enforcement partners, as well as training investigators or banking officials and regulators on the risk and the technicality of the cryptocurrency in relation to traditional finance. Nick also studied information systems and the business at the University of Utah. Our second host is Mr. Justin Calamaggio. He has over 15 years of the experience working with innovative and disruptive solutions in the cybersecurity and technology sectors. He has a passion about helping to make the internet a safer place by aligning industry-leading solutions with the practitioners who can do the best to fight against child exploitation. Equally important is that he is a father of the 16 months old who drive him to leave the world a little better than how he found it. How sweet, right? For our session, Mr. Stegmans is going to present the CipherTrace role and cryptocurrency forensic activity, and then without break, Mr. Galamaggio will take over to present the Martigo's role and ICAT investigation activity. Lastly, we will spend like around 10 minutes for the discussion or Q&A session from the audience on site or online. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stegman. Over to you, Nick.
All right, thank you, Dr. Beck. So hello, everyone. Thank you to the White Hat Conference Committee for inviting me to come speak here today. So I know today's session is about technical investigations training. Unfortunately, 15 or 20 minutes is not enough to go through how to trace crypto, but hopefully my deck today will kind of give you insight into what's going through our mind when we're working with crypto, when we're investigating crypto, and how that applies to child exploitation investigations and collaboration with law enforcement partners and partners such as Maltigo. So starting out, let's start at ground level. So what is blockchain analytics? Well, blockchain analytics is comprised of three components. So first is the collection of data. So the blockchain is a large, essentially database of transactions and addresses and transactional data. And so being able to ingest that and ingest additional open source information or privately collected information, that's sort of step number one. Step number two is to take all that information, ingest it, analyze it, and then third is to apply that. So apply external information to the blockchain. So quick example of how we would see that play out in our tool and how our how CipherTrace goes about handling this. Let's start by looking at this address. So this, unassuming string of characters is a Bitcoin address. Now, for those of you that aren't very involved in the world of crypto, you might not even have known that, right? If I had just shown you this on a piece of paper, you might have thought, okay, is that might be a password? It might be, an encrypted name or something like that. But this is in fact a Bitcoin address. Now, we know who owns this Bitcoin address. And we know that because in November of 2021, OFAC actually sanctioned this address as chadex.com. Now, chadex.com is a Russian-based peer-to-peer crypto exchange, and they were sanctioned because they were sort of the go-to choice for ransomware actors and other bad actors in the space. Now, we were able to go, look at OFAC's press release about this sanction, and we were able to gather this address, and it's pretty solid proof that, okay, this address belongs to chadex.com. Now, what we did is by ingesting that, we were able to turn that one address that we knew belonged to chadex.com. Based on the behavior of that address, we were able to link 25,000 other addresses to that address. So we've turned one data point linked to Chadex into 25,000 data points linked to Chadex. And so this is sort of the backbone of what blockchain analytics is. It's this application of on-chain data with data collected off-chain. Because again, the anonymity aspect of crypto comes from the fact that an address is just an address. There's no name, there's no physical address, there's no social security number, there's no personal information attached to that. And so companies like ours specialize in linking entities and individuals to addresses. So why is this important? Well, let's walk through a hypothetical scenario. So let's say we have a team of law enforcement agencies that execute a search warrant on the residence of a suspected human trafficker. They enter enter the residence, they discover, the usual suspects. That may be drugs, firearms, cash, etc., as well as oftentimes electronic devices, right? That's very common nowadays. And on top of all of that, they discover a notepad, right? That notepad has 2 strings of characters on it. Again, without an understanding of what you're looking at, this is something that could be overlooked. It's like, okay, well, there's nothing immediately that jumps out at, by these 2 strings of characters. So not super important. Why would I look at it? Well, in fact, both of these, strings of characters are actually crypto transactions. And if we look at these crypto transactions on a public block explorer, so this is a public piece of software that allows anyone to enter any address or any crypto transaction. It'll pull up the information related to that transaction or related to that address. If we look at this transaction, right, this is the first transaction on our example, we can see that there's really nothing here. We can see that there's, what is this? A very small amount of Bitcoin is transferred directly from one address to another. But, we can see what the addresses are, and we can see the date and the time of the transaction, but we can't really see more than that, right? It's like, okay, what do we do with this? Similar, if we look at the second transaction, again, you can get the amount, the addresses involved, the date and the time, but there's nothing really here to work with. Now, again, if you were looking at this in the grand scheme of a larger investigation, this might fall by the wayside. This might be something that you ignore or come back to later or don't care about because it's not something that, upon initial analysis proves to be fruitful. However, if we take these 2 transactions and we input them into CipherTrace's tool, we can see that these are, in fact, 2 transactions made from 2 criminal entities, both related to CSAM, into an exchange, into a cryptocurrency exchange. In fact, they are made into the same address at the same cryptocurrency exchange. That indicates that this is one account at this single crypto exchange that is receiving funds from 2 separate criminal CSAM entities. So this is sort of the application of that, that analytics portion that I covered in the beginning. So now that you have sort of a better understanding of what is blockchain analytics, how can it apply in an investigation, let's look at a straight case study. So this is a case of a serial pedophile is what we've called it. And this case is interesting because it shows how with blockchain analytics, even with no name or individual information or personal information attached to any of these addresses, we can put together a narrative and we can build a case around just an address. And then we can take that address and go to crypto exchanges that are required to collect KYC information and have AML obligations. And we can then present our case around this address to those exchanges. And more often than not, depending on where those exchanges are based, they may or may not comply in providing you that personal information that allows you to take what is inherently just an address and tie then an individual entity or an individual identity to the case that you built out. So let's start by looking at this transaction. So this is a transaction from a single address on the left, or on the left. It's the orange arrow into the box. So the box is a transaction. The circles are different addresses, and an orange arrow is an input, green arrows are outputs. So fairly simple to understand. And we can see that this one address on the left is transacting into a criminal entity or a criminal CSAM entity. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at these two addresses that aren't that criminal entity. So we'll expand out of this transaction. So let's start by first looking at the input into this transaction. So where are the funds coming from? Right now, this address is unknown, right? Within our tool, this address isn't attributed to an entity. If we trace backward, we can see, it sources its funds from these 3 addresses. In fact, that's one address that sends funds 3 times to to the address in the middle. And if we trace backwards on these three inputs, we can see that immediately we identified two exchanges. We've identified Binance and we've identified Coinbase. Now, as US law enforcement, this is great because it indicates that, this is probably a US citizen or a European citizen who has the ability to use both these exchanges, on top of which both these exchanges are fairly responsive to US and European law enforcement. So this is, a good sign. And sort of the pattern that we've identified here is we can see funds being purchased. So this guy is buying crypto at these exchanges, and he's funneling that crypto out of those exchanges to then purchase child sexual exploitation material on presumably the dark web is where this criminal entity operates. So there's one more address here that I want to look at, and that's this bottom address that is it's still an unknown address, right? We still haven't figured out where the funds are coming from there. And if we click back on that address, this is going to be that top transaction, top left. We can see that that's another CSAM purchase. So now we've identified that this guy purchases CSAM material, and then he restocks his wallet by buying crypto at these exchanges and then sending crypto from those exchanges back to that wallet. So we're starting to build a pattern. We're starting to see kind of reoccurring behavior. If we go back to our starting transaction, right, and we trace forward, so we looked backwards, now we're tracing forward, we can see another CSAM purchase immediately following the first purchase that we looked at. Now, this case, this is just a very small snippet of this case, but in total, this is sort of a cut down graph of what these transactions look like. And in total, we identified 9 exchanges, 8 CSAM purchases, and 4 different crypto addresses that this one individual used to purchase the CSAM material. And the pattern, even though there was no, person or personal identifiable information attached to this, we were able, based on, just the addresses and the patterns involved, we were able to determine that this guy was essentially a serial pedophile. He had a number of crypto addresses that he would stock up with crypto from exchanges such as Binance and Coinbase. He would then purchase CSAM material on the dark web, and when he ran out of crypto, he went back to those exchanges and he bought more, and then he sent that back to that wallet, and he continued this pattern on and on and on. And so this is a very solid case to take to Coinbase and to take to Binance, because if you present them this graph, I'm willing to bet top dollar that they're going to give you the account information associated with these withdrawals, because this is a bad look for them. And at the end of the day, it's not their prerogative to help people like this get away with what they're doing. So, concluding my case study, I'll leave it at that. And I know we'll take questions at the end, so I'll turn the floor over.
Thanks. So now our second panelist, Nick Justin, going to take over. So are you ready, Justin?
I was ready as I'm going to be, yeah.
All right, so floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to open, I guess, just quickly. There was a part of my bio about my 16, now 18-month-old son. He is going to live in the world that we're creating here, and the work of the practitioners, law enforcement, investigators. I cannot overstate the importance of what's being done. Very typically, especially when you come from the vendor community, it's easy to have a sales bias on kind of what you're doing, right? It costs money to buy the solutions that we offer. But today I'm here as a member of the community, as someone who's really passionate about the work that's being done here. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. And with that, I'll get into, you're going to find a kind of a common thread with a lot of these investigations, right? You're looking for an artifact, a data point, some breadcrumb that you can follow. And so in the context of this specific case study that we're going to highlight, it's not specifics into a particular case so much as the steps taken to identify additional information that helps build out the cases that a lot of the practitioners in this room have been kind of engaging in over the course of their careers. So the first is kind of like CSAM on the dark web. some methods of investigation, how we identify and collect those little breadcrumbs, those data points to then investigate further. And then a case study of kind of tracking users of a dark web CSAM site into actually building out some more information about who those individuals are, associated, participants in maybe some of these activities, et cetera. So as we've kind of discussed here today, right, there's a lot of dark web usage for CSAM content. And it's ideal for the people who are, kind of posting content and exchanging content through the dark web. But there is information that can be identified in the dark web that can still be used to create actionable intelligence. And, some of the things that we'll be talking about today are kind of site titles, right? Cryptocurrency addresses, and then usernames, email addresses, things like that, right? Which are great breadcrumbs to try to follow. So I'll start with, kind of a quick example here. Website title. So this is one of those things where if anyone was familiar with the Maltego platform, the idea is that you can kind of decide on an entity type, a person's name, Bitcoin, wallet, whatever it may be, and start to build out from there enrichments and transforms that help build out that information. So we've, in this case, found sites related to CSAM terms. And within that, we were able to enrich with things like Bitcoin addresses that are transacting via these sites on the dark web. And in doing so, one of the interesting things about Maltego is that it's a centralized investigations platform, but ultimately it's a way to do kind of like visual link analysis. And so what you start to find is once you have something like a Bitcoin address, we can investigate now related transactions. You can see which wallets are receiving large amounts of transactions for a similar type of value, right? Maybe a particular type of CSAM content costs a certain amount. You see various transactions for that dollar value when it's an indicator or data point at any rate to inform investigations. And then using tools like Tatum or CipherTrace, if we identify that address is located on a legitimate crypto exchange, we can then take the steps that were outlined by Nick just a few moments ago about kind of now taking legal action, et cetera. But I'll kind of give you a real world example of maybe where this kind of plays out. So there was German law enforcement was kind of asked to participate in an investigation where thousands of email addresses related to CSAM content was built out using investigative tools like what we're going to talk about here in a moment. And part of the challenge with any kind of big data enrichment, you have a lot of false positives, a lot of steps to kind of follow each breadcrumb and each trail. That can be really time consuming. We talked a little bit about that already earlier today about kind of the resource constraints and the time it takes. It can take days, weeks, months to perform these investigations. So any tools that help to centralize and streamline those efforts can be really powerful, and especially in the context of these types of investigations. So some of the steps that might be taken would be to kind of verify the validity of an email address, find related accounts, and then collect information that can then be used in legal processes. So we have over 105 transforms or enrichments or integrations within the Maltego platform. Part of the reason I bring this up is, as you kind of hear with a lot of the investigations, it's not just single threaded. It's not just about following the, Bitcoin kind of trail, but then who are the individuals, who are they associated with, who are they? So it requires different data sets to help kind of build that entire profile. And so in this case, we're using IP quality score as a way to validate email addresses that we're identifying. We've got some these are internal people at Maltego, so just so you're aware, this is not actual anyone that's being investigated, but you can just literally copy and paste some email addresses into the main screen at Maltego, and we can perform an enrichment that helps us to identify if something is legitimate or not. The little green flag indicates that it's legitimate. The little red flag may indicate that it's fraudulent or fake or whatever it may be. From there, building out, again, indicators and other kind of information from these email addresses that might help us find some commonalities to either link these addresses together or to identify another breadcrumb that we want to follow up with. And so in this case, using Maltego, you can not only take one or two, but you can take dozens of email addresses as an example, and perform these types of enrichments. And in doing so, you start to find some common threads. And this goes back to kind of like streamlining some of these efforts. Where should you be investing your time and committing kind of the most resources? And so in this case, you can see from all these various email addresses that we had on this list here, there are 5 or 6 or 7 that are that share commonalities that are then worth, again, kind of diving a little bit further and performing deeper investigations. So sometimes that might be about, the validity, whether or not it's a potential honeypot, whether or not there's additional available leaked data that is associated with any of these entities. And going back to why it's important to have so many disparate data sources available to perform these enrichments is some of these functions, the ability to gather some of this information may not be limited to a single vendor. And so it's nice to be able to perform this within a single kind of visualization tool to try to help kind of expedite and streamline that process. And so using tools like Shadow Dragon, People, District 4, being able to now take that email address or take that individual that you identify through that email address and actually follow those paths into building out a profile of, well, who is this person? Who were they associated with? Because that may help to support, again, identifying a broader network of potential threat actors or criminals here. And so running a social net, this is through Shadow Dragon, bulk search, show me all of the social media that's associated with this particular email address. And in following that path, you now start to find other email addresses that might be associated with this individual, other profiles, Google profiles, etc. And in doing so, you can now build out a much more comprehensive, right, what are all the potential breadcrumbs I can follow here? What are all the potential paths that I can follow to potentially identify specific information about the individual behind these activities? And, the next step, of course, is now what do we do with that information? Once we've collected all this information, how do we actually apply that in the context of a legal process, for example? One of the things that is really important is something like physical address, right? Being able to take to that next step. And this goes back to, again, having disparate data sources. So within Maltego, one of the enrichments that you can kind of follow is, again, going through all the social net and all the different enrichments. And then within District 4, being able to pull up personally identifiable information all the way down to a physical address that may help to, again, support a legal investigation. And in doing so, again, we talk about kind of saving time, saving minutes, hours, days, whatever it may be. Could not be more important to practitioners to have access to this information in a way that can be traced back to kind of its original kind of starting point. And so we're looking at things like Facebook profiles, Pandora profiles, things like that, and able to pull out now things like images. Who's liking those images? How are we building out the network of potential, again, like additional conspirators in this particular activity, and using social media to do that, certain groups that they belong to, certain photos that are being liked. You see that very quickly it becomes this very, very kind of robust data set. And the next challenge, of course, is how do we now follow each of these breadcrumbs in a way that's meaningful? And so this goes back to, again, using a tool that helps you visualize where the data points have the most commonalities and following those breadcrumbs versus the ones on the fringe that may eventually, of course, present some relevant value, but being able to do the most with the time that you have and the resources that are available to you. This goes back to having that visual component. It's an easy way to identify where you should be spending your efforts. And it's one of the ways that a lot of our law enforcement, other kind of entities and customers of ours are leveraging our platform to take data they're already consuming from other sources and finding a way to maximize the value of that data by centralizing how they're leveraging it and how they're, kind of incorporating that into their workflows. So again, this is stuff, I can go into detail about each of these steps in the process, but I think at the end of the day, the message more for me is about highlighting why having these kind of varied capabilities, why having such a diverse set of integrations is valuable to folks who are performing these investigations. And part of our kind of core philosophy at Maltego is continuing to evaluate and assess vendors in the community that are doing the most good and trying to create integrations that allow practitioners and law enforcement to do the work that they're doing, and how can we support that better. So I'll kind of conclude with just stating that, again, being the ability to kind of collect, merge and analyze data from disparate data sources to perform these investigations is critical now as our digital footprint continues to expand. The work is really important, and certainly really grateful that there are practitioners like yourselves that are, in the weeds and making the world a little bit of a better place. So thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was great and very informative. The presentation. I really appreciate sharing your invaluable experiences, the insight in the field of the ICAT investigation from the private sectors. Thank you all. From now on, we just want to have discussion session. So I just go with both of you with one question. Obviously, international cooperation is the key factors to efficiently tackle down internet crime against children cases. That said, how CyberTrace and or Meltigo has been, teaming up in order to deal with the ICAT cases. Also, how can CyberTrace and Meltigo efficiently, collaborate, especially for the sharing intelligence, especially with some of the, law enforcement agency, intelligence agency, or private cybersecurity companies across the globe. And lastly, does CyberTrace and Meltigo have any training plan to educate or train the global community in the near future?
I'll let you start. All right. Yeah, so to start out with, we are one of the vendors that cooperate with Meltigo. They ingest a sizable chunk of our blockchain data. And we do quite a bit of international cooperation with law enforcement. People from my team regularly are overseas in Europe or in the Middle East. I know we've worked or at least met with, police in Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. We work fairly diligently with Europol. We have had some cooperation with agencies such as Interpol and the UN. For example, I spoke for the UN Office of Counterterrorism. So there's quite a bit of international cooperation. That being said, a lot of our work is obviously based primarily in Europe and the US. So a lot of work with, say, Guardia Civil or, the Dutch police, and then all the, your usual suspects here. So your three-letter agencies. And we provide, a number of things, training, tools, and then investigation support. And so that's sort of how we're trying to help them move forward with their investigations, whether that be CSAM related or drug related or human trafficking related or whatnot. And then to get to your question about training, we provide 3 training courses. I believe 4 training courses now, if you include for the banking sector. Those are, of course, paid. They will, we walk through how to conduct an investigation, how to use the tools, how to apply the tools, how to apply our intelligence, all that kind of stuff. That being said, we do often speak at events like this one. We've spoken for a number of universities and college courses, Western Illinois University, the Middlebury Institute of International Studies are 2 that come to mind for me. So, besides our paid training platforms, we're more than happy to go speak and educate primarily at universities and NGOs and nonprofits to kind of educate on, how is crypto being used for criminal behavior? How do you trace it? And then sort of, a peek behind the curtain as far as what is blockchain analytics and sort of similar presentation that you all got here today.
Awesome. So I think similarly, we're a German-based company, so we're headquartered in Munich. We do a lot of work with the international community, law enforcement, federal agencies, et cetera, both domestically and, of course, globally. Because we are the platform and not the data provider specifically, out of the box, our platform comes with, I believe, 64 or so transforms that are just baked in from OSINT sources, right? So we offer trainings that are very much aligned to, hey, kind of out of the box without paying anything additional. What do you have access to today that you can really maximize to perform whatever function you're performing internally? We then rely really heavily on our partners to help be a part of the education of how to maximize the value of their integration within our platform. As you can see, I mean, CipherTrace on its own, if that was our only integration partner, there would be many, many, many steps and various ways that we could leverage the data that they're providing to perform a variety of functions and support different types of investigations. When you add 40 somewhat additional onto that, where you're bringing your own API key or bringing in internal data, we actually offer a professional services team that can help you maximize. Okay, so if we don't have support from the vendor and you don't have the technical expertise internally, we have professional services that help to maximize, again, the value that you're getting from the data sources that you're pulling into our platform. So building out your own transforms, building out what we call machines, which are little kind of automation workflows that help you to, again, kind of streamline some of these common steps that you're taking in these investigations. We provide resources to support all of that, as well as having specific programs for academia and other groups where, research and, again, for nonprofits, et cetera, we have departments that are focused on helping to support that through resources that we offer. So I think that's some of the ways that we work with those agencies and help to support with training as well.
That's wonderful to know, because I'm really interested to take your training courses. So don't be surprised if I just in there. All right. Before we having like a second discussion, probably we can take some questions from audience on site or online. So yes.
Yes, sir. I had one question for the Montego platform.
Sure.
Does your platform interface with like NoSQL databases like MongoDB or Cassandra or the Hadoop ecosystem? Because you mentioned like petabytes of like email addresses and like detecting like fraudulent email addresses. Do you like do a map reduce, for instance, to go through a large static data set?
Yeah. So sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
So one of the interesting things I think about Montego is kind of always built with this idea of kind of being a big data analytics platform, being capable of ingesting. So to your point, kind of the ability to make that practical in the context of petabytes of information is something that is kind of near and dear to our hearts. And so we have like a number of ways that we do kind of work with those platforms that you mentioned, but also I think working with our team in terms of ensuring that what you're pulling in to Montego is the right information so that it is manageable, because something that you saw even in Nick's presentation, just in that kind of like a few steps back, and all of a sudden you've got 60 data points within a potential investigation that can be multiplied 10 times over, right? Or even more so. So it becomes really unmanageable data if you don't know how to, again, kind of sift through it and prioritize the right data sets or right data types to be performing additional enrichments, et cetera. So we have resources that help to support that, as well as integrations into the platforms that may help to make the data more manageable.
Does it do data cleansing also? Like if you have spurious like characters in a data set, like beforehand, to like stop it from?
Oh, very fair question. Why don't we exchange information? I'll make sure I get you the right answer on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your great presentation. I am Kosi Sinyeji, lawyer and Fulbright scholar from Togo. My question is to know what is the level of security, safety of blockchain for digital forensics investigation goal. I mean, do you think that blockchain technology will be more vulnerable compared to other technologies, and which prediction can you make for example, next 5 years? Thank you.
I love this question for Nick.
Okay. So I think I'll answer this question from the perspective of the crypto enthusiast side of me and then the investigative side of me. So for the crypto enthusiast, I'm not concerned about the security of at least the major blockchains that are in play. So, right, the ones that come to mind are Bitcoin, Monero, Ethereum, all the Ethereum, side chains, so the branches off of Ethereum, as well as like Solana. So I'm not really concerned about the security of that. They've done a very good job making sure that they are, for the most part, decentralized, and they all kind of have their niche, right? Bitcoin is designed to be entirely decentralized as strictly a currency. Ethereum was meant to be sort of an infrastructure, so it's more centralized than Bitcoin, but it's not, as centralized as, say, a banking system or anything that we see in traditional finance. So no, I'm not concerned about the security of the blockchains themselves. Now, from the perspective of an investigator, it's sort of a double-sided, question, because the nice thing about criminals using crypto and blockchain for their transactions is, well, for most every blockchain that's popular and easy to use, those transactions are public. So yes, there's no name or address, social security number involved, but you can see all the transactions. If I know what your address is, I can see everything you're doing. If I know the addresses of Coinbase or Binance or Kraken or some marketplace, I can see, okay, I know you have a Coinbase account because you're receiving funds from Coinbase or you're sending funds to Coinbase. So yes, I don't know who you are as an individual, but I can see everything that you're doing. In comparison to, if we look at something like cash, which can be sometimes easy to trace, but also difficult to trace, because, it's a physical thing that you have to go out and find. That also makes it harder to use for criminals. So crypto is easier to use for criminals, but more transparent for investigators. Cash is harder to use for criminals, but also harder to trace for investigators. So it's sort of this balance of, what do you prefer? Would you rather be able to see more and have maybe a little bit more criminality, if any more criminality, right? That's a debate about whether crypto brings more criminal behavior or not. Or would you rather have, I have to struggle to, trace your cash or follow your cash. Well, you're going to have to struggle to use it. So hopefully that answered your question.
Nick, you become popular from the online as well. So we have another question from the online audiences. Mr. Stegmans mentioned in his examples, the addresses might not normally initiate investigation. Given there would be many that would not cause reason for investigating, how does CyberTrace decide which of the not obvious addresses to focus on?
That's a great question. So within CipherTrace, and this is actually a data point that's relevant to Multigo as well, because it's one of the pieces of data that they ingest from us, is our address risk scores. So we have a very large data set related to what I would call compliant entities within the crypto space. So think of all your US-based sort of compliant exchanges on that end. And then we also have a very large data set of criminal entities. So sanctioned addresses, sanctioned individuals, sanctioned entities, criminal entities, ransomware, bad actors, right, whatever. And so we have a risk score system within our tools that gives an address, regardless of whether it's known or not, right? Whether it's an unknown address or we know who it belongs to, that address will get a risk score based on the addresses that it interacts with. So its counterparty risk is essentially what its risk score is made up of. So if it interacts with a lot of exchanges such as Coinbase, it's going to have, a very low risk score. In comparison to if it interacts with the sanctioned address, it'll immediately receive the second highest risk score it can get. If it interacts again with that sanctioned address, it'll get the second highest risk score we will give to an address. And so that way, even when you're looking, some of the keen eyed of you might have noticed those little red and green bubbles on the addresses when I had my deck up. Those are actually the risk scores of those addresses. So just looking at an address, even if it's unknown, we can tell you by looking at the risk score, okay, it has interacted with a high risk address 2, 3, 4 times, or maybe it hasn't interacted with a high risk address at all and it just has a low risk score.
So here is my last question for this gentleman. Information collected by open source intelligence tools such as Meltigo and CyberTrace. The data can be very, unclassified, but sometimes it can be very sensitive because it includes some of like private communication or financial data or online surveillance data as well. So in this case, what are the potential privacy concerns associated with the data collected OSINT tools, such as CyberTrace and the Meltigo? So how does your companies specifically address with this kind of legal or ethical challenges occurs?
Sure. So first and foremost, as a German-based company, we have some of the most stringent compliance kind of regulations in the world. And we were kind of built in that mindset, right? So one of the things that we kind of look at first and foremost is as the visualization component of data sets that are not being curated by us, right, but that are being kind of centralized through our platform. We spend a lot of time in our partnerships and strategic partnerships group looking at and constantly evaluating the vendors and various providers that we're working with to ensure that they are doing everything that they can to stay compliant and to remain kind of with privacy in mind. And again, as a German-based company, this is kind of top of mind always. For the commercial feeds that we ingest, one of the nice things about that, especially as you think about the commercial space and some of the potential value in working and leveraging those sources, is that we have kind of that fine balance. Is the bigger the digital footprint of kind of globally that exists, the more OSINT data becomes relevant. But the more data there is, the more false positives you have to, you kind of have to deal with. And so being able to enrich with partners and data sets, like some of the commercial feeds that we work with that are more curated, that are verified, that are going through some of that cleansing, it helps, I think, our practitioners and our end users ultimately end up with data within their investigations that is, defensible as part of a broader legal process that is compliant. And that's something that is, again, kind of top of mind as we continue to innovate and bring in new partners to integrate with our platform.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna, we're sort of pressing on time, so I'll make it short and sweet. I'm not gonna touch on the sort of the compliance side of our data storage. We were acquired by MasterCard. MasterCard is a publicly traded global company. They have all their checks in place for data storage. But I do want to touch on, it's a great question to talk about because we ingest blockchain data and crypto data. And crypto is fundamentally a very privacy-focused industry. It's an industry where people care about what information they're sharing, who's transacting, who knows what their addresses are. And so kind of in the spirit of the industry, we only ingest entity data. So we will never ingest an individual's, data. So if my addresses aren't going to show up as Nick's addresses in CyberTrace's tool. In fact, it never even touches our tool. That kind of information doesn't touch our back end at all. Coinbase's addresses we'll have in our tool. Binance's addresses we'll have in our tool. Sanctioned addresses or sanctioned individuals, they'll show up in our tool. If you're a criminal, your addresses will show up in our tool, regardless of whether you want that or not. But if you're just, a law-abiding citizen and you use Coinbase or you have some private addresses and we somehow figure out that address belongs to you, we're not going to tag that address with your name. That's, again, in the spirit of sort of the industry. So hopefully that answered.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. There was an outstanding discussion. Let me just, conclude this session. Previously, back then around 2008, Bitcoin has been invented. And then at then, many people believe that, oh my God, we are gonna be crazy and chaos. We cannot trace the Bitcoin. However, cryptocurrency tracing was not only possible, but now it become an incredibly powerful investigative tool, especially private, sectors like CyberTrace and the Meltigo are innovating fast to provide, useful tool and analytic skill set to trace funded, laundered money across the, blockchains and the Bitcoin for the child exploitation. In doing so, That's I really appreciate all of your efforts and your time and your leadership. We thank you for our session to join us. Thank you so much. Now I will turn it over to Chris. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Bach, Mr. Stiegmans, and Mr. Gramajo for sharing your knowledge and insights into the complex area of technical investigation training. It's such an important area for anyone interested in a career in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. I know students and those practicing in the field have learned much. It's also a very complex issue for a lot of people, and I think you both did a great job at explaining how things work. We're going to take our second short break for 10 minutes. We will return for the balance of our afternoon sessions for day one promptly at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you back then. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We'll now commence our third afternoon session, Combating Online Child Exploitations, Legal Perspectives and Strategies. We're pleased to have Ashley Pullum back as the moderator discussing for the session this time. Jacqueline Lamont will also be returning as a guest speaker and will be joined by Dr. Ilya Kolachenko. By way of reintroduction, for those who may not have had an opportunity to hear Ashley this morning, she's the chief of the Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation Unit at the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. She's a passionate advocate for survivors of sexual assault, exploitation, and child abuse. Ashley has worked as an assistant district attorney for 11 years, serving in both the Suffolk County and Norfolk County offices. For nearly all her career as a prosecutor, she's focused on cases charging the sexual assault and exploitation of children and adults. This work continues outside of the courtroom, where Ashley's been dedicated to preventing exploitation by educating youth about online safety. She also trains other prosecutors in how to work with survivors of sexual violence. Ashley received a bachelor's degree from James Madison University and a law degree from Suffolk University, where she graduated summa cum laude. Ashley, welcome back, and please begin your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for having me back. And today I would like to introduce Jacqueline Lamont, the Director of Youth and Safety at the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, and also the Supervising Forensic Interviewer. Welcome, Jackie.
Let me do this again. Can you hear me, Ashley? Great, great. Okay, well, thank you so much for having me back. And thank you all for, if you joined us this morning, listening to what Ashley and I talked about and what we're doing in Suffolk County, which again, just so that you remember, is Chelsea, Winthrop, and Revere, as well as Boston. So those are the 4 communities that the Suffolk County DA's office has jurisdiction over. And Ashley and I both work for District Attorney Kevin Hayden, who is seen here on this slide. And we work in the Human Trafficking and Child Exploitation Unit, as well as the Child Protection Unit. So really, our goal is to help children and families when crime has occurred. And we work very closely with the Children's Advocacy Center, which you heard about a little bit this morning, right across the street from where we are now. The Children's Advocacy Center provides resources for families. It's a gathering center where we all go, all the professionals that are involved in child exploitation, we all go there to respond when a crime has occurred so that we can work as a team to meet all the different needs of the family. So what I wanted to talk about today a little bit is forensic interviewing and my approach on these cases that involve online crimes against children, because I do think all of us, no matter whether we're law enforcement or professionals that are working in cybersecurity, I think we all have to understand what kids are dealing with today. Really what anyone is dealing with today, but specifically young people who are vulnerable and susceptible to being targeted online. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about what we talk to youth about and what we talk to caregivers about, and how we, the forensic interviewers in the Suffolk County DA's office, what we keep in mind when we are interviewing children. So again, I will sit in the room that's on the bottom right and conduct a legally sound, non-leading, but supportive interview with any child who's been a victim of any type of crime. But specifically today, we'll talk about online exploitation. And again, the team, the multidisciplinary team, sits behind the mirror and observes. So anyone who's walking into a room with a child, or anyone who's working and cares about online crimes against children, you know, we all have to recognize what world we're living in today. If you're at this conference, I think you already do. But there's a lot of people that you know who don't recognize that. I think parents and guardians, they have a kind of front row seat to young people's want and almost need to be online. 95% of adolescents have access to a smartphone, right? It might even be higher. The number of hours that teens spend online is nine per day. And sometimes when we go into schools and we ask young people if that number's right, they say, actually, it's more, because oftentimes they're online overnight, right? And there was a stat I saw the other day that said something like a good number of kids are staying up past midnight on their phones, on their devices. And then, of course, learning is impacted the next day at school. So the number of hours that kids of all ages are spending online is just through the roof. And that includes very young children. Since the COVID pandemic, 44% of children between 5 and 10 are spending at least 4 hours online, if not more. Again, keeping this in mind as we approach the crimes that are happening and why they're happening and how they're happening. And the majority of youth are playing games. And a lot of parents and caregivers forget that the Xbox, the PlayStation, that is also able to be connected to anyone, anywhere in the world. And most of the youth we speak to play online games, both with people they know in real life and people they have met or been matched with on the internet in these games. So keeping all of this in mind, we have to approach this with just this basic foundation that kids are online almost constantly. Along with that comes this new world of friends. So we heard this morning someone mention the phrase stranger danger, and I completely agree. We have to talk about stranger danger. However, that may not be the language that we want to use. And I would hope that tech companies could actually help with this. If you look at this slide, it shows some examples of very popular sites that have a way to connect with other people. Friends lists, Snapchat, Roblox, Fortnite, many apps use that term friends. Roblox, one of their tag lines is, Roblox is more fun with friends. Look at this example of this app that says, make new friends all over the world. And look at the age that is listed, 12 and up. So we are encouraging young people 12 and up to make new friends all over the world. So thinking back to that stranger danger, is that a stranger or is that a friend? And we have to adapt to this new world. And many youth value their online friends. They make friends that actually are sometimes a healthy friend for them to have. However, there are so many not healthy and very risky relationships that are made in these apps and in these games. And as a caregiver, as someone working in this industry, we have to get rid of that notion that these are friends. I would actually love if tech companies didn't call them friends and put the list as random people that I'm playing with online, rather than using that term friend. But we have to teach kids that just because they are playing a game with someone for a couple minutes, for an hour, for a month, for a year, if they don't know who that person really is, that's not their friend. It's not someone they can trust like they trust an in-person friend. So I should say, even if it does become a healthy, good relationship, meaning an actual appropriate friend, they still should not be sharing personal information with someone they don't know in real life. So we need to change the landscape and understand that there is so much contact and communication that is being lumped into this label of friends. And as children make connections online, children and adolescents, and as they are developing a healthy sense of sexual development, sexual identity, well, now they have cell phones and the internet to go along with that. And so research from 2018 showed that about a quarter of youth were engaging in sexting. And we have found that recently that number seems to have held pretty steady, which is interesting with the pandemic. I think it's a little bit higher now since the pandemic. And when I say sexting, I mean the consensual sharing of naked images. So two peers who are exchanging nude images. That has become developmentally expected almost. And so with that becoming a regular behavior, you can imagine, as you all know, the risks that go along with that. And what's happening is kids are exchanging images with people they've just met online that they're considering their friends, just like we talked about previously. And we've heard from many experts today about sextortion and how is that happening. And kids are sharing images that sometimes lead to sextortion. And I remember there was a question this morning and someone said, well, if it's a fake image, can that still be charged? And I'll tell you, there are people that are sextorting children without images. So they just say to a child, I have a naked image of you and it's going to be shared if you don't send me $50, if you don't send me another image. And if a child has shared a nude, they might think that it's out there somewhere. So taking away shame from this developmentally more expected behavior is a key part of this. And when we talk to children in the forensic interview or in our cases, we do not focus on their liability, if you will, if they have shared a naked image. And I don't think anyone should. I think that sometimes adults tell children that they will be charged with a crime if they take a naked photo. And while we want children to know it's illegal, we don't want to focus on that. We want to tell them that there are risks that go along with sharing naked images. They lose control when they share that naked image. But if they have, we want them to come forward and talk to us about that. And that is just part of the reason why this is so underreported. So when I step into this forensic interview room, I am approaching this interview with this child with compassion, understanding that they are living in a world where sexting has become so much more normal. And we are not in any way going to critique or blame them for this behavior that they somehow got involved in. So that's our kind of call to action for everyone, is to recognize that children are in this world like never before, that needs to allow for grace and learning. And if you heard us this morning, you also heard about our prevention programs, and we want to have partners in that, tech companies, law enforcement, so that we can go into the schools and talk to kids in this way that's non-blaming and supportive. So that is what I wanted to talk about before taking questions, and I'll turn it back over to Ashley so that she can move on with our second speaker.
Thank you, Jackie. Our second speaker is Dr. Ilya Kolochenko.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for having me here today. I'm saying good evening because I'm currently connecting from Geneva and it's 9:15 p.m. So I know that we have many international participants. So I'd like to make sure that I'll probably welcome everyone. So as a brief introduction to myself, I have a long cybersecurity background, including security auditing, penetration testing, investigation of digital crime. I started my first job as a penetration tester when I was about 17 years old, a long time ago. I also have fairly long legal background, especially in data protection and privacy law. And today I'm serving as a chief architect and CEO of ImmuniWeb. It's a global application security company headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. We are excited and privileged to serve over 1,000 enterprise customers from more than 50 countries. And my daily job that I truly enjoy is to connect our tech teams with our customers, and basically speaking, every day I talk to our customers and partners, collecting their feedback, how we can continually improve our offering, and trying to serve as a bridge between techies and non-techies. If we can kindly move to the next slide, that would be great. And today we'll be talking about computer enable, we can call it like this, because we have many different types of digital or internet crimes against children. And I'd like to share my personal and professional experience talking about challenges that law enforcement agencies and their private sector partners usually face when they try to prevent, to detect, to investigate, and to prosecute crime committed on the internet against children. So the first topic I'd like to mention here, that, and it's probably like one of the root causes that we have, is that very few schools and even universities have any cyber crime prevention or cybersecurity awareness, cybersecurity hygiene, however we call them, programs. I think this is a very, I would say, extremely serious problem, because most universities have well-established programs to prevent sexual harassment, to prevent violence, but very few colleges and universities actually have programs to educate their tenants, about cyber and digital risks. And I believe that our kids should be educated from the very first day in their primary school. So when they are like 5, 6, 7 years old, depending on the country, they should already be aware of the dangers that are lurking on the internet. Okay. So the point I'm making here is that even in universities, we have a predominant lack of cybersecurity awareness. Just to illustrate a recent example, we've been investigating at ImmuniWeb. The website of an American university has been compromised. Cyber criminals hosted a phishing page on the legitimate university website, imitating a program by a reputable American bank, offering credits and loans to students of this specific university on some special conditions. So it was a legitimate university website hosting a malicious content, because the website has been compromised. Many students provided their sensitive data in order to get this fake loan or fake credit. To make the situation even worse, several professors who were told about this program, they induced students in their classes saying, by the way, did you hear that we have this specific program in partnership with this bank, and you can ask for a facilitated loan and pay it later. So only in 5 weeks, when virtually 70% of the students have unwittingly provided their sensitive data to fraudsters via their university website that has been under control of cyber criminals, cybersecurity team of the university has finally detected the intrusion and informed the impacted students that their personal data, sensitive data, has been compromised. Just to illustrate, you know how creative and how unprepared, on the other side, we may have future victims. Moving to the second topic, I would say that the diversity of organized, I'd like to emphasize in the organized cybercrime targeting children and teenagers is fascinating. I would say that just recently, we've seen a very sophisticated, probably governmental-backed cyber crime campaign that was trying to identify children of security and software engineers working for a government of a specific Western country, and were trying to ask by various methods of deception, were trying to ask these kids to install some software on computers of their parents, to take an iPhone of his or her mom or pop and to do some specific manipulations with the phone in exchange for payments, for free tickets, for gifts, for whatsoever. So sophisticated cyber criminals, instead of trying to break into governmental corporations to steal trade secret and classified information, they've been purposely targeting kids of governmental employees, trying to get access to their parents' devices. And after 3 years of pandemic, of course, we have hybrid IT personal devices used for employment purposes. So it was a very, very well prepared, very sophisticated campaign where kids have been used as an arm, as a weapon against their parents and against employers of their parents. Okay, so this is just to illustrate that attacks against children is not just about simple crime targeting the kid, but it can also targeting much more important victims. Okay. Third point, I'd like to bring to everyone's attention that cybercrime is becoming unprecedentedly sophisticated. Just to illustrate the point now, several cyber gangs are buying and selling cyber threat intelligence about law enforcement and private cybersecurity companies that are, for example, monitoring dark web. At the MuniWeb, we do dark web monitoring for our customers, so we know this, I would say, niche, or maybe we can call it a market. We know it fairly well, and we see that now cyber criminals are actually trying to implement tactics and technologies that have been traditionally used by law enforcement and cyber security companies to monitor for bad guys. Now, actually, bad guys are monitoring for good guys on dark web to detect them, to detect spies on their hacking forums, Telegram channels, whatsoever else, and then to deliberately provide them with misinformation. So if they spot a governmental agent, they will not immediately ban him or her. They would rather, share this intelligence across different gangs and inform that this specific person or this specific identity, because obviously law enforcement officers are regularly changing their nicknames, identities, and then cyber criminals, as soon as they see that this specific person is a law enforcement officer pretending to be a cyber criminal, trying to understand, tactics, goals, and future victims of cyber criminals will purposely provide deliberately false information to hinder, to slow down investigation of cybercrime. And we even understood that cyber criminals had access to a experienced psychologist who was able to kind of paint a portrait of specific law enforcement officers by analyzing their way to communicate, because you can easily change your digital identity. But when cyber criminals are asking you questions about your background, about your motives, about your connections with law enforcement, the way how you respond can be mapped onto your identity. And I know that cyber criminals are now really trying to understand how they can leverage, or I probably say exploit, psychology to determine that this specific person is the very same law enforcement officer that's been trying to infiltrate into our gang in April. So they're really trying not only to leverage technology against law enforcement and private cyber security companies, but also using, I would say, non-technical means to stay undetected. This is not to mention that on the dark web now you can easily find, I would say, hundreds of compromised devices of law enforcement officers and agencies to be used as a proxy when cyber criminals are conducting I would say, any targeted attack. It would be significantly better for them to pass via compromised device of a law enforcement agency, because once the investigation commences, probably incident responders will scratch their head saying, well, this specific incident, originated from a state police office. Maybe we did something wrong, and it's actually law enforcement equipped with a warrant trying to collect some digital evidence of our corporate misconduct. So just to illustrate that cyber crime in 2023 is not what it used to be in 2010, for example, when it was like, many separate, smaller gangs. Now it's a mature, well-organized, and powerful criminal industry. Okay. Moving forward, so talking about international collaboration, I think that in 2023, we're probably attaining the very bottom, historical bottom of international collaboration between law enforcement agencies across different countries for obvious reasons. However, it's not just about, I would say, traditional culprits. Okay, it's also about, for example, the relationship between the United States law enforcement agencies and law enforcement agencies of different EU countries. They could have been better, and they should be better, especially when we're dealing with volatile, highly volatile evidence, where hours, sometimes even minutes of essence, and traditional ways to collaborate, whether using bilateral, multilateral agreements, or intergovernmental organizations, they are usually very slow for this purpose. And once you finally get access to a specific system, or finally you have an approval to conduct your investigation in a foreign country, it is far too late. So, of course, we have Budapest Convention. Of course, we have many other, I'd say, instruments between specific countries, but they are largely insufficient, and I believe that we need to work hard, to find a way how law enforcement agencies across different countries can collaborate in an unhindered, rapid, and efficient manner. Finally, I would say that I think that crimes against children are significantly underestimated, or, if you wish, under prioritized, because, of course, when we have an important data breach involving a critical national infrastructure object that is paralyzing water supply for 3 million citizens, who cares about phishing email targeting a kid, all right? Because unfortunately, law enforcement agencies, including all Western countries, I'm talking about, cyber units specifically. They are underfunded, significantly underfunded, understaffed, and they frequently have, a lot of challenges, like they cannot do this, they cannot do that, otherwise evidence will be inadmissible in court. So compared to cyber criminals that enjoy absolute freedom and impunity, law enforcement officers are working very hard. I have quite a lot of, I'd say, friends and good acquaintances from law enforcement units that are investigating cybercrime, and I know that many of them start their work at 6 a.m. and finish by midnight, and that they have a pile, continually growing pile of unsolved crimes that they have to postpone simply because they have a new big crime targeting a major financial institution, creating thousands of victims, causing multi-million damages. So obviously, when we have a sextortion case, it is comparatively unimportant, and I think this is a very big problem because we cannot, compare crimes by their monetary value. We should, consider all aspects, and I believe that crimes against children are to be prosecuted with additional resources, because otherwise, many of them will remain unsolved, and it will be a big problem for our society. So, summarizing, I believe that the very best way to protect our kids, because I'm also a father, so it's a personal question for me as well. The very best way to protect our kids is to offer them some training. Okay, if you go to YouTube, you will certainly find hundreds of fairly good quality videos, educating kids about fraud, about extortion, about blackmailing, about different tricks that cyber criminals are using against them on the internet. So it can be a good idea to train your kids, to explain them all the risks and threats that they may face on the internet. All right. It will, of course, not replace a comprehensive, science-based educational program that schools and universities should start implementing as soon as practical, because it's not that complicated. But at least your kids will be protected, they will be informed, and thereby they will be protected at least against some basic or mid-level types of cybercrime in terms of sophistication, right? So I believe that common people, citizens, we can and we should train our kids. And talking about government, I believe that law enforcement units dedicated to investigation and prosecution of cybercrime, they certainly need a significant increase of their budgets, because otherwise cyber criminals may win this battle sooner or later. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to connect over LinkedIn. I'm happy to answer your questions, and thank you for having me here today.
All right. Thank you both. So I have a question for each of you before we open it up to the audience and the people that are joining us virtually. I'll turn to Jackie first. Jackie, having interviewed many children throughout the course of your career, have you interviewed any children who have been victimized online? And in addition, have you noticed any shared experiences or common reactions for those children who have been abused?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I've interviewed hundreds of children who have had technology involved in their victimization, and that includes children who were victimized online only, so that, you know, they were communicating with someone, there was sexual conversation, there was image exchanging, and then maybe sextortion. So crime that happened only on the internet, but then also crimes that have happened in person with technology involved. So there was abuse, and the abuse was recorded, maybe shared. Someone might have met up with a child. Yes, I've interviewed many children about those issues. And the recurring theme, which we touched on this morning, is that, first of all, it took a lot for them to disclose. They may not have ever told anyone about the abuse, and they may have slowly kind of disclosed over time, but most of them are not knocking down doors trying to report the incidents. So that's number one. Number two, they're expecting people to blame them. So when we're talking about children and things that have happened online, they've been told, don't do this, don't do that, don't talk to people you don't know, with no room for mistakes, right? Or room for just manipulation. And so what I hope in our responses in Suffolk County is that we are providing relief for children when they've come in and had a forensic interview or met with people on our multidisciplinary team, so that they leave knowing these people didn't judge me. These people didn't blame me. They understand that it is the offender that did something wrong, not me. And, you know, kids are probably blamed by some adults in their life when things like this happen. They might be punished. And we just want to be the people in the child's life who celebrate them for coming forward and talking about it, and for and trying to provide them healthy coping after the crime has happened. So back to a short summary answer, yes. And the theme that I've seen is shame, feeling blame, being embarrassed, worrying about the reaction that they're going to get from the adults in their life. And of course, worrying about where the images and videos might be.
Thank you. Dr. Kolochenko, this question is for you. What challenges exist in prosecuting online child exploitation cases, and how can these challenges be addressed?
So I'll probably split my question into two parts. I believe that first part is about lack of resources required for prosecution, because as I've just mentioned, we have, high priority crimes that are usually about, sophisticated attacks against critical national infrastructure, against our financial system. And unfortunately, frequently, kids are lost somewhere there. So I believe that we definitely need, more resources in order to enable, rapid and efficient prosecution of crime against children. Second, I would say, aspect here is that even if we have enough time, budget, and other resources, oftentimes we are faced with criminals. We can identify them, but they live in an extraditable jurisdiction. So even if you have a warrant, you cannot do anything. And this is a big problem, because you have to invest a lot of money in order to uncover the perpetrator, to eventually find out that he or she is domiciled somewhere where you have absolutely no power. So I believe that international collaboration is to be enhanced, because otherwise we're just wasting our precious time.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more in terms of the collaboration. So I am now going to turn it over. I think there are some people in the audience who have questions. And I just want to ask, because there's a little bit of a delay, Dr. Kolochenko and Jackie, if you could just wait 3 seconds before you answer.
Can you hear me? Oh. Two questions. They're a little bit from a different angle, I'm going to say. So I was involved with a Minnesota Department of Corrections at-risk girls planning committee for a number of years. And there was a big movement for restorative justice. And I wonder, that's like you don't even have the resources to do the work you need to do in some ways. But I wonder, A, if there's any pilots out there that are doing some sort of restorative justice for the people that are perpetrators, and the people that are victims, and to bring them into the rooms to help the perpetrators understand the effect that they had on that victim. So that's number one. And number two, let's just, for example, counterterrorism and de-radicalization programs for terrorists. For one, there's in Denmark. I forgot the name of the university, but it made me think the life of a hacker. I worked with a cybersecurity firm when I started moving into the technology arena of my work, and I was selling and marketing a penetration testing product to the world, but I was also thinking from my risk and prevention hat about who are those hackers and what makes that hacker do what they do from that risk factor that they have, right? They come from probably what brings them to be a hacker. And I'm wondering if there's any kind of pilot programs out there that perhaps help those that maybe can turn a corner with that really creativity, because a hacker is so creative. And how can you take that skill? Just as a side note, I was informally interviewing game designers during that time, because I was just thinking, like, game designers are so creative. Could you find a way for those that could turn a corner, not deep into the, into the networks, the cybercrime networks or whatever, but those that potentially could turn a corner to help them become more creative in a constructive way? It's a really out of the box question, but I wonder if there are any pilots with those two things that I had mentioned. What do you think of the ideas, perhaps even?
I'm waiting 3 seconds. Hopefully I waited long enough. I'll take maybe the first question, if that's okay, which is about restorative justice. And I'll say first, I don't know of restorative justice that is putting any victim of, online exploitation together with an offender. And of course, in restorative justice, it's victim-centered, and we always want to have the victim be in control of what they want to do and how they want to participate. And we're very careful in cases of sexual assault and very careful in cases of child abuse. And we have not used restorative justice in that area yet. However, what I will say is that schools are using restorative justice much more now, and the responses that we are seeing here in Massachusetts, when it's kind of a minor type infraction, if you will, whether it's sexting, whether it's sharing an image non-consensually with someone else, there's not a law enforcement per se harsh response with young people. We are trying to teach young people the harm that goes along with sharing someone's image. And schools are likely doing, even if it's not specifically restorative justice, they're using the model of intervention and teaching harms, and then educating both the community and the person who committed the harm. So I don't know of adult programs that are using restorative justice to address these crimes. I think it's an interesting idea, and we do use restorative justice in Suffolk County. I just have not had any experience using it with these crimes.
Thank you, Jackie. Are there any other questions?
Hello, my name is Bora Jung, who's studying cybercrime investigation at Boston University. From an investigation perspective, what are the key challenges faced in uncovering and prosecuting computer-enabled crime against children, and what strategies or tools have proven effective in addressing these challenges? Thank you so much.
Dr. Kolachenko, do you want to take this one?
Sure, thank you. And I'll probably also try to quickly answer the previous second question. I would say, from my viewpoint, to be honest, you don't need to be creative to be a hacker in 2023. Because if you just see how many enterprise devices are still using default passwords, or are still using, software that has not been updated since decades, you don't really need to be a genius, to break into random organizations and get a lot of personal data, trade secrets, financial information. Though I agree that targeted, sophisticated attacks, they usually require some strategy. But once again, given that living in a very interconnected world, usually cyber criminals, their creativity is not really about technical attacks, but rather about in selection of their victims, because usually they will try to compromise your suppliers, your third parties, for example, your lawyers, your accountants, your external auditors, because they have much less budget to protect their data, and it's much easier, much faster to steal your trade secret from your lawyer compared to stealing it from your organization directly. I would also say that I think that preventing cyber crime against children is everyone's duty, and I think that unfortunately legislators, they have more important, more stressing priorities. So I believe as parents, as adults, we have a sort of ethical duty to start organizing something ourselves without waiting for a federal law that will finally prevent crimes against children. And we can, for example, as parents, we can create a private network in our school that will offer, kids free education every Friday afternoon. For example, a parent who has a technical background may volunteer, and kids will spend 30 minutes every Friday afternoon, and it will significantly protect at least your school, your community, your county. To answer the question about challenges, perhaps once again, I think that that crimes targeting kids are sophisticated. And to illustrate the point, we've recently on the dark web, we've spotted a fairly unusual campaign where unknown, let's call them actors, been soliciting, to purchase a database of different accounts, just the accounts, okay, of children, of young children from Facebook, okay, like 14 years old, okay, asking, that we are paying a lot of money if you provide us with accounts, of kids, even if now, when you create your Facebook account, you must say that, yes, I confirm that I'm 14 years old, but there was a specific campaign, trying to identify Facebook accounts that are used by children. What for? I don't know. It can be, a state-sponsored brainwashing campaign to spread fake news among kids, right, about political values, about social values. It can be a sophisticated campaign trying, to better profile future victims of sexual exploitation. So we see that now.
Thank you, Dr. K. I hate to cut you off. I just want to check in with Dr. Lee because I think we're running over our time, and I know there's the next speaker. But thank you. And if anyone else has any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments and the chat part, and direct them to whoever, and we'll take a look at them, and we're happy to answer them afterwards. Thank you both for your time today. And I am going to pass the proverbial mic back to Chris.
Great. Thank you, Ashley and Jacqueline, for coming back and contributing your time and offering your thoughts, and Dr. Kolchenko for sharing your knowledge regarding the issues related to the legal aspects of combating online child exploitations. All right, now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ismael Morales, this year's director, and the case manager, Dr. Austin Givens, for the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference Cybercrime Investigation Competition. Dr. Ismael will announce the top 3 teams for the competition, who make their presentations tomorrow, and we'll see who earns top rankings. We're looking forward to learning about our top 3 teams. Dr. Morales is an assistant professor at Boston University and White Hat competition director. Dr. Morales has taught cybersecurity undergraduate and graduate courses for the past 11 years, while also being involved in software engineering, cybersecurity research, and cloud computing. He has over 23 years of experience in technology with roles in software engineering, cybersecurity research, information assurance, and cybersecurity education. The main areas that he's been involved with include cloud computing, Internet of Things, data science, geospatial information systems, legal news and business, automotive engineering, industrial engineering, DoD logistics, and DoD cybersecurity research and development. Some of the agencies he's assisted in helping cutting-edge solutions include the U.S. Air Force National Air and Space Intelligence Center, the NSA, U.S. Army Intelligence Command, Air Force Research Lab, the Department of Interior, and the Federal Communications Division. Dr. Morales received a PhD in data science from National University, an MS from Syracuse University, and a BA from Bowling Green. Quickly, Dr. Austin Givens is an associate professor of cybersecurity at Utica College. He teaches undergrad courses on homeland security, digital forensics, and criminal justice technologies. He's also taught graduate courses on critical infrastructure protection, cyber incident management, and network security. Dr. Givens has published 3 books on national security, the most recent of which is Homeland Security: An Introduction. Prior to entering academia, he worked in various information technology-related roles for the Department of Homeland Security and in the private sector. He received a PhD in public policy from the Department of Political Economy at King's College London. Dr. Morales, please take it away.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. And yes, a little bit of information on the challenge that took place from 3 o'clock yesterday until 11 o'clock this morning. We had 20 teams that participated, and very interesting competition they had. We had cryptocurrency related questions, cryptography related questions, some hacking questions, and mobile forensics type of activity they had to be involved in. Some kind of surprising, but not very surprising results. Hungary is in first place right now. They have won the competition 2 years in a row, so they're kind of wanting to own this thing. So it's kind of neat that they're hopefully they've learned and continue to learn, and showing everybody that participates in this that there is some good benefits, some value from participating actively in these types of competitions. South Korea is in second place right now, and the team from Brazil is in third, as you can see up on the screens. This is the first time that any team has scored a perfect score on the CTF, and we've got two. So the top two teams scored perfectly. That was, like I said, the first time. 50 Shades of Grey was in there really early evening last night, and Detective Conan and Bob came in a little bit later. I think early this morning is when they finished that. But those are very, very good scores. Of the 20 teams, there was a nice slope of, you can see where different teams displayed different types of skills. There were some interesting challenges where you had to think outside the box, around the box, everywhere. And so hopefully those of you that solved those issues or ran into issues that you couldn't solve, understand that, yes, we have to do a good threat model and, look at different operating systems, different protocols, and just basically staying current on what is going on out there, because it's, a lot of opportunities, target-rich environments, that sort of thing, that can be used in novel protocols that can be used to hide and to perpetrate, hacking and data, stealing and those sorts of activities. So that's where we're at, and I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Givens. If you have a few words also, give us your take. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Morales. Echoing your comments, we saw a really strong showing from all the participants in the competition, but Hungary, Brazil, and South Korea are really standing out right now. Each of these teams put together a really impressive, extremely detailed package of documentation. And I would remind our viewers that this is all based around U.S. codes, U.S. laws, and those are not laws with which these teams are necessarily familiar. So there's a kind of acculturation process that has to happen as they solve the technical challenges that are part of the competition. And that's quite striking to me, and I hope for you viewers it's also quite impressive as well. So we look very much forward to the mock trial tomorrow morning, and we'll see how the results of this competition ultimately shake out. Chris, back to you.
Great. Thank you both for your words. Very interesting to see the teams rank again. Hungary's back up top again. It seems to be a pattern here, but obviously all these teams are very good. I don't know how you folks on the panel ever decide who's going to get top ranks. It's got to be a tough job. Thank you for all your efforts, and we look forward to tomorrow. Well, it's been a busy day, busy first day for the 2023 4th Annual White Hat Conference. Our moderators and guest speakers have provided us with important insights and issues pertaining to threats against children subjected to online exploitation. It's important that we continue to support efforts at all levels of government and the private sector to reduce threats to our youth and reduce rates of cyber victimization that continue to escalate in our continually expanding electronic world. I just a personal note here in the research that I've been doing the last little while in generational issues related to cybercrime. Probably one of the most common questions that comes up is, what are we doing to protect our youth? And this conference is absolutely instrumental in addressing that. Thank you so much to everybody who's contributing to it. It's something that must be dealt with, and it sounds like great progress is being made. Before we go, I want to take a minute to thank our sponsors who've given their support to the White Hat Conference, many of whom have been here for all 4 years of the event. This event would not be possible without their support. I'm going to take a stab at this. You have to forgive me, my Spanish is not strong, but I'm going to do my best here in alphabetical order. I'd like to recognize the Advanced Digital Forensic Solutions, AMARA, Boston University, Bureau of Justice Assistance, the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity, the Children's Advocacy Center of Suffolk County, MasterCard CipherTrace, CyberTrust Massachusetts, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Endicott College, Escuela Latinoamericana de Cybercriminología, Escuela Tecnológica Instituto Técnico Central, Europol, Department of Justice Federal Bureau of Investigation, UniWeb, Interpol, Korean National Police University, Lidro, Life Education International, Altigo, SecRev, Suffolk County District Attorney, Tanca de Cyber Pensamiento, Colombia, Universidad Autónoma de Zacatecas, Universidad El Bosque, Universidad de León, Universidad La Gran Colombia, Universidad Metropolitana de Educación, Ciencia y Tecnología, and Universidad Siglo XXI. Thank you again for attending the first day of the 2023 fourth annual White Hat Conference. We look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time sharp. We wish everybody a pleasant evening. Thank you again for attending, and we look forward to a great day tomorrow. Good evening.